Hey everyone, how are y'all? Scott, how are you? Bianca, how are you? Hey Lady V, how are you? Glowbug, how are you tonight? Hey Catherine, how are you? I'm sorry, Glowbug. Vapor, how are you tonight? Hey Kelly P, how are you? Will B, how are you? Yeah, we're gonna have to put a locator on Will B. Vapor, I'm doing good, thank you. Carol, how are you? Michelle, I hope you get to feeling better soon. Seems like everybody's getting sick here lately with this crap that's going around. LFT, how are you? Hey, cool gamer, how are you tonight? Michelle, you're very welcome. Well, B, I know how that feels, being tired like that. It's no fun at all. Scott, you're sick as well? I hope you get to feeling better as well. Hey, JJ, how are you? All right, email's pinned to the top of the chat if anyone needs to send anything to me. Hey, Willie, how are you? LFT, I do too. It seems like several people here lately have been sick. I know Avery and her son's been really sick. Lady V was not long ago. Now Scott and Michelle. Summer, how are you? All right, y'all don't forget to make sure that your chat is on live chat. Hey, Kelly M, how are you? And if you have not done so, please hit the thumbs up. Summer, yes, I'm doing good, thank you. Amethyst, how are you? Well, Glowbug, I hope you feel good enough that you're able to. Hey, Don F, how are you? Harley Ryder, how are you? Thank you for joining us. Amethyst, I am so sorry. Polky Dots, I don't know. He may come in later on. Gigi, I think you accidentally removed Amethyst's uh, comment. Yeah, it's like 46 degrees here and I'm burning up. All right, let me grab the link. I'm going to go ahead and open up the panel tonight. For Chihuahuas, how are you? 18 here and I'm freezing. Blah blah. It's like I said, my computer's saying 46. I don't know why I'm so hot. No, you're good, Gigi. It was just I think you just accidentally removed her comment. You didn't hide her or anything like that.
Yo, yo.
You?
You just crack a beer?
No,
Oh,
no, I don't drink. That was a Red Bull.
sorry. Hey, caffeine's just as bad, right?
Yeah, but I need it. Honestly,
Probably.
I've been doing good. I haven't had a Red Bull in a while, so
You drink coffee?
no,
Yeah, me neither.
nope.
Caffeine, like, I don't know. Caffeine gives me anxiety. I can't, I don't know. I can't be up like that.
I have to have caffeine.
A lot of people drink that shit.
If I don't have caffeine, I get like a major headache.
Uh,
Oh shit! Hold on. I thought I had the volume turned all the way down on my TV.
Did you go live last night?
Yes.
Oh, you did? Shit.
Yep. I was here.
Passed out. I bet. What'd you talk about?
Um, this guy, his name, Lady V. How are you?
I'm good. We talked about you,
Hey, lady.
Billy. How are you?
Talk shit on me?
No, we were talking
Yeah.
about
Okay.
what was his name? James Yu. He lived in Arlington, Virginia, and he was shooting flares out of his house out into his neighborhood, and some people called the cops out there. And so whenever the cops got out there, he basically barricaded himself in the house, and they cut the gas off. Like as soon as they got there, they cut the gas off, and then they started evacuating people because he lived in a duplex. And so all these cops are there, and there was this guy that lived down the street that was recording the whole thing, and all of a sudden the dude's house blows up. It explodes.
Jesus.
And they finally came out with a press thing on it today and was saying that, they cut the gas off, they evacuated the people, don't know the cause of the explosion, but that they did find human remains that they believed are his, and they're pinning an autopsy. So that's what we were going over last night. It was kind of like a spur of the moment type thing.
The video.
Do what, Lady B?
I said you should show him the video.
There's a video of the blast?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
See if I can find it real quick.
So wait, why would they say that they cut the gas off if it was obviously a gas explosion, or was it not a gas explosion?
So whenever they were asked that, the fire dude, I guess the fire chief, he wouldn't speculate on anything. And they even asked that, well, did you suspect something was going to happen like that because y'all cut the gas off whenever y'all first got there and you started evacuating people? Hey, Sally Mae. And he wouldn't speculate on anything. He said he was going to wait until all the reports and everything were back. Let me find. All right, I'll play this. Shit, I gotta mute it though. So you didn't hear about this?
Listen, for right now, every weekend is football. Every weekend and Monday is football, and then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, I'll figure out what's going on.
Oh, okay. Well, this is it. I gotta I have to mute it because there's like bad language.
Jesus.
It just literally, the cops were up close to the house.
Well, what the hell caused that?
And watch, the whole thing just explodes. And I did see where there was 10 other houses that was affected from it. So they had to place those 10 other families somewhere else, and are trying to help them get things, personal items and different things that they need. Hey honey, how are you?
So wait, what are they saying as the cause of, how did that blow up?
They're not saying. They haven't got a report back on it.
What?
So I'm pretty sure that it'll take a
So wait a
couple of
second.
days for
So
a report.
Fox News knew that the terrorist had bombs packed in
Well,
his car on the Canadian border, but yet these people don't know what's going on yet, and that was false. And these people don't know what's going on with this.
Well, if they do, they're not saying yet.
That's
Oh,
weird.
The dude shot like 30 to 40 flares out of his house into his neighborhood.
Holy hell!
Pokey Dot says it was C5.
Oh Lord, y'all, let's see five.
I'm
Did you
assuming
read
that's a
Dawn's,
gas
though?
explosion or a bomb.
High school kid was at Wawa getting gas, tried to drive off without paying, ran the attendant over, was airlifted to hospital, cops pulled the kid out of class. People are getting crazy.
They are.
That makes sense, Tony.
God. Honey, yeah, they did evacuate an hour and a half before the house exploded was the time that they gave when they evacuated the
So how many
neighbors next
people?
door.
So how many people passed away during that blast?
None.
None.
That's
good.
They did their press conference this morning and said that there was some of the cops that were, I guess, the closest ones to the house when it exploded. They got minor injuries. Other than him, they did say they found human remains in the house, but everybody else other than him, there was no casualties. And they're pending an autopsy to confirm that the human remains are his. Hey, Jan. Tiff, how are you? So there was.
So what's up now? Would people think there's more to the story? Something happened? Like, what's up?
I'm thinking there's some type of mental health issue going on. The dude was very paranoid. He thought that his neighbors who lived in the same duplex building as him, like he put the man, it was a man and his wife and their two kids. He put their names all over social media. Like he was posting weird crap on social media. He put all their names on there, including the kids, told their address, told what they were driving, told alternate aliases that they were using, where they went to college at, everything about these people. And said that he believed that they were spies and that they had been spying on him since the 90s.
Jesus.
And that he believed that they were conspiring to unalive him on December the 7th because that's Pearl Harbor Day.
Okay.
And his ex-wife and his sister
well, that would make Japanese, not China. That it was Japan that bombed Pearl Harbor,
right?
Yeah.
So he could have been from Japan. They haven't said.
Oh, he was.
Yeah, he was.
Oh, that was the guy that popped up on the screen after the house. I thought that was like a.
No. That was the guy that was talking about it. That was. I got the video off of Twitter.
Well, who's the dude who's the dude that they're trying to say is him?
Hold on, I got a picture of him.
How old is this dude?
I've never seen him give his age.
He looked like maybe later.
I'll tell you what, I was like, I think I was like 19 or 20, and there was a chick that was a waitress at the casino up in the Poconos called Mount Airy, and she was, I think, Filipino, and I swear to God, she was like 50. She didn't look a day over 30.
Well, they've been saying he's 56.
To God.
But this is the guy. This is him that I have pulled up here, and they've been saying he's 56. So
yeah, probably like 29.
Yeah.
No, I would have guessed 38.
No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, he doesn't look like he's that old, but apparently
he doesn't look like a mean guy.
But apparently, he sued his ex-wife, his sister, in this hospital because in an article that I had read last night, the way they were saying it, it kind of sounded like the ex-wife, the sister, had went to this hospital to try to get him mental help, and he took it as them trying to unalive him. And he seemed just very super paranoid. Seems like about everything.
So if the house was filled with gas and they threw something in and it exploded and this guy died and nobody else was, then why not just, what's the big deal if that's the case?
They're saying that they shot non
Lethal.
flammable, non-lethal
Well, what's up with all this? So they shot
stuff into the
non-flammable.
house.
They shut the gas off. It just sounds like they're covering their ass here.
Right. Hey, HT, I think that the reason why they were saying non-flammable, non-lethal is because of the explosion. And that was a reporter had even asked the fire chief that, well, did y'all suspect something like this could have happened, or that he had something in his house that could have caused this, for y'all to cut the gas off as soon as you get there and then evacuate the people next door?
Well, he was shooting flares off.
You would think so. I mean,
Yeah.
That'd be enough right there.
Well, they
if I
also
call the cops
said,
right now, they're not going to, they're not going to cut my gas off before they.
well, he
If you're
barricaded
shooting
himself in the
flares, you
house.
might.
I think the reason why they started evacuating the people, one reason is he barricaded himself in the house. And then they also said that they believe that he was shooting firearms inside the house other than a flare gun.
Oh, so yeah, guns.
Yeah. And yeah,
What,
apparently
did they find weapons?
I think it was like, they haven't said. They literally, in that press conference today, because I couldn't believe they didn't put it out last night, but today what they said might have been, I don't know, 8 to 10 minutes. And then they took some questions. And all they would say is, we're not going to speculate on anything. We're going to wait until the reports come back and all that.
Gotcha. Well,
but last night, when I had other stuff I was going to talk about last night, and my entire Twitter feed was full of this dude's stuff last night. So I went ahead and went live with that instead.
Yeah,
I thought it was going to be a whole lot more to it today, but there really wasn't anything other than the press conference, and that was it.
Ouch. Are you
the
going
only
to
thing I saw yesterday was about there was some serial killer down in Louisiana that was up to like 8 or 9 people, but then at the same time there was another serial killer at the same time that was at like the same body count, and they caught the guy, but the other serial killer was still going. And I thought of you. I'm like, damn, what the hell she moved down there for if she knew about this shit?
Wait, where was this? This was in Louisiana?
Yeah, there was
what part did
he
it
was picking
say?
up. Well, you know me. I can just kind of remember like bits and pieces of like the details. But so basically, he killed, I think, 7 or 8 sex workers down in Louisiana, and then at the same time there was another serial killer that got caught. He was an African American man, but he had a different motive. So the whole community was like, like up in arms, obviously, because you have 2 serial killers at the same time. And I thought of you, and I'm like, wait, there's no way she heard about this shit and moved down there, because I wouldn't move down there at all.
No, I mean, I've always lived here though.
Okay, yeah, I gotta look back and see what year it happened and stuff, and then I'll.
Oh, so it wasn't recent?
I mean, it wasn't like 60s or 70s, but it wasn't like yesterday. So I gotta.
Oh, okay.
I just gotta see when it was. I think it was the 80s or 90s around there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that would have been back whenever I was younger.
But it was he was picking up sex workers and he did. But his interrogation, he spills all of the beans, like all of them, and just kind of goes into detail, and it's crazy. The guy looked like he had like one of those like pedophile looking mustaches with like glasses. That's kind of like what he looked like.
I know what you're talking about.
I just can't remember his damn name. He was like in his 50s. If I click off this, it's going to shut down.
Todd. Oh my gosh. It was the Baton Rouge serial killer.
Yeah. Does he have like a weird looking mustache? Well, not weird looking. But like a.
Oh, so that's several hours from where I'm from, like several hours south of me.
Oh, okay. I was like, fuck that. What year was that, lady?
Derek Todd Lee.
Seems like I've heard of him.
Yeah, he looked like like I say, he looked more like a pedophile than a serial killer.
Mm-hmm.
But the way he just kind of, like, once he knew, like, he was, they had him, he spilled his whole he spilled his guts, and it was very detailed and weird.
Yeah, I know we had 2 juveniles that had escaped from the Baton Rouge juvenile detention center.
Mm.
And when I was scrolling through some stuff earlier, I seen where they thought they had them barricaded in a house. So I don't know if they ever caught them or not.
Yeah, I watch. I think it's called That Chapter or The Chapter, whatever it's called, that channel on here, and everything's like 20, 25 minutes, so you can watch like 5, 6 different cases in an hour and a half.
Right.
So that's why I couldn't really remember what the hell his name was, but
It was like not from the 1990s to the 2000s. He was active there.
okay, yeah.
He unalived more than 30 women.
Oh, good Lord.
Jesus, I didn't even know there was that many.
They proved 7 victims, but he said he unalived more than 30.
Wow.
That
It's
is
crazy how they can't, like, if you confess, like if you kill say 10 people and you confess to all of them, but they only find 5, they'll only charge you for the 5. I feel like it's not fair to the other 5 people's families that
right.
No,
don't,
it's not.
Because they're not
'cause-
getting justice for their
yeah,
families.
I feel like they don't. I feel like they wouldn't feel included in that
Yeah.
Right.
I agree.
So I don't know. Do they do that so they, these guys just can't take credit for something that they possibly didn't do, or I'm assuming.
Well, if they can't find enough evidence that they can prosecute it, then they don't want to take the chance of trying it too soon and then maybe later on
Yeah,
getting evidence
but
to
if he's like,
prosecute.
but what if they'll like plead to it? Like, what if?
Well, Gary Ridgway, Green River Killer,
Mm,
he went off on like over 100 different women,
Jesus.
but they were trying to stick everything they could on him.
Hmm. Was
Yeah.
this back?
JC would like the link.
Yeah, I just put it out for. I don't know. It's crazy how there's just people in this world that will do this to other humans.
Yeah.
And
I feel like what happens in my opinion is like they get away with like 1 or 2, and then they're like, well, shit, I'm already screwed anyway, and then they just kind of, that's when like the spree starts. Like if you
right.
don't catch if you don't catch them in the first 1 or 2 people, then it'll spiral because they just don't
They
care
have
anymore.
nothing to lose at that point if they get caught
Yeah,
on
like a
one.
lot of
I
them
mean,
will say, like a lot of them will say, like, they wanted to be caught. It's just they haven't been caught, so they can't stop what they're doing. I guess. Again, I can't understand it, but that's what
I don't know,
a
the
couple.
minds of people like that.
Yeah, we'll never understand.
Right. I don't think, no matter how much uh, research is done on it, I just don't think they'll ever find
No.
a reason why people do that to other people. It don't make sense.
Ted Bundy didn't.
Well, I remember they used one serial killer. I forget it. I don't know if it was Bundy or one of them to catch another one.
It was
Something
Bundy.
River Killer.
The
What was
Green
his
River
name?
Killer, Gary Ridgway, the Green River Killer. They used Bundy. He consulted with them on that. He's the one that told them to leave the bodies where they found them. Don't go back, because he would go back himself. And sure enough, he did. He revisited the bodies, and
There you
that's
go.
how they got him.
See, me and Lady are a good team. I know like 1% of it, and she knows the rest.
That's. I mean, I only know what I've heard. People on panel talking about.
But Bundy, he didn't even know why he did it. He asked that they keep his brain and analyze it and everything.
Yeah.
But he was, God, even at 7 years old, that kid was messed up.
Don F. I saw that. And I can't remember what the guy's name is, but I did see it where he was in court getting ready to be sentenced, and he just walks out of the courtroom, and leaves the courthouse. Hey, G, how are you? And they had to go track this dude down and find him and bring him back in.
That's just incompetence.
He's just like, he probably already knew what his sentence was going to be.
Oh, yeah.
And
one last hurrah.
Right. Just, try to get away
Hey,
if you
G.
can, and
She
got
is.
he got away for a little while, and then they ended up finding him. Okay, hold on now. I got to get my notes over here. Get all my little gummy bears out of my way. Did I read? Hey, Curious Cat, how are you? Did I go over the court document the other day where it showed that they had turned in the IGG information?
I don't think you did. I think we got sidetracked.
Okay, I couldn't remember if I did or not.
Hi, Curious Cat.
JC, how are you?
Hi, guys. Hey, 1 minute.
Okay. Okay, let me just move all my little stuff
Hi,
around.
Willie.
Hello.
How are you?
Wonderful. How are you?
I'm good. Hold on
Hey.
1 second. We're trying to fix my TV.
Okay,
1
no
moment.
problem.
No, she says hello to you. She doesn't say hi to me or Scarlett. Just Willie.
Oh, who cares? I don't care about none of that stuff.
We don't either.
No.
Okay, so they did finally put Jeremy Best, his court documents on the Idaho website today. So, finally. Let me find this document real quick. I don't know what's going on in Idaho, honestly.
Yeah, I don't want to live there.
But there is, I mean, there's literally
Well,
4 unaliving cases on that
Major
website right now.
cases.
yeah,
Yes.
I didn't know that there was more murders that happened way like it happened way like what's the word? Like it happened after they're saying I don't know how many years ago like the last murder happened, but they're wrong. Like they're not telling the truth. There's been some murders that have happened that they
Okay, I hear feedback.
yeah.
It's me. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
David's going to bed.
Is that what you're talking about? Because there's some kind of civil suit right now that a family is looking to something happened at the university.
I know that they were saying in Moscow that
Didn't some other sorry.
no,
Didn't
go
some
ahead.
other kid pass away in Moscow too? Like
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, like I said, if you look, you'll find some stuff.
But what
I think
happened
there was
exactly?
a girl and a guy.
Yeah,
One of
that
them
was
drowned.
before the Kaylee and them. That was before
Yeah.
And then
their
there was also from what I heard, like some kind of essay or something like that, and they told the girl to like,
I know
basically
exactly where you heard it from because I watched that same video like 3 times today.
like stay in the class or get
Yes,
out.
she was assaulted. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me grab the link real quick for JC again. She was essayed by a football player at the University of Idaho, and she reported it like she was supposed to. And they gave her a couple of options. Well, if you don't want to face your attacker, just sit in the back of the classroom. Or you can change schools and go to another school. And I forgot there was one other one. I forgot what it was they told her she could do or whatever. But it was almost like they didn't do anything to him. But hey, Toy, because he was a football player.
Yeah.
That's what it seemed like. And we all know college football is very huge.
Yeah.
And if they're a star athlete on any team in a university, there's I'm not going to say every university, but there will be some that will let it
go under the rug.
Right.
Yeah.
Because
Listen,
they don't want
I
to.
got away with shit in high school because I played baseball, imagine with these college athletes that bring millions of dollars to universities,
Exactly.
can get away with.
Right.
So,
Oh yeah, even you guys, even like my small college, like my cousin was the starting center for 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
They got away with everything. I mean, not saying that they were bad kids, like, whatever, but they got away with a lot. Like they got like he never went like this one class he had. He
I
said,
was
I don't
allowed to
know, I've
skip
never.
school every day. To be
He's
honest
like,
with you.
it was like a sports related class. Don't get me wrong, but the football coach was also his teacher, and he's like, I don't know, I've never been there, but I sure have an A in it.
Oh
I mean,
my
that's what they'll
God.
do because
That's
you have to
exactly what
have
they
a
did.
certain GPA in order to be eligible for sports.
Yeah.
So they want you to take the easiest classes and get A's in the easiest classes so that you can keep your
Listen, if they
so that you can keep your GPA. It's
if
called
every
underwater
college
basket weaving.
if every college, if their kids actually had to have really good grades to play sports, there'd be no good athletes.
Right.
To be, so
But however, let me say this. My cousin was a science major. He's majored in biochemistry with a minor in something else, and he did very well in his science classes. He graduated with his biochemistry degree. He uses it today. He was an AB student and he played football, and it was freaking hard for him. Like
Right.
really hard. Like it's like playing football
Mhm.
for a college is like a job. It is actually it's more than a job because there's no way that these kids could have an extra maybe in the off season they could, but during season you can and not even really during spring ball. You can't really and spring ball's not that long, but you can't really have even a part-time job during season and do football. You just can't do it because you have football in your homework. You know what I mean? Like it's time management and it's a job and you get treated like a celebrity, don't get me wrong, but it's yeah, you can't do both.
Okay, the
And
other option that the college had given the girl that we were talking about a minute ago that was essayed by the football player, they told her she could take online classes. That was the other option.
that's crazy.
so she
make
has to take the
her,
online so
but
she
not
has to
him.
take the online classes and not him.
Right. They wasn't gonna do anything to him. And Bill Thompson was the DA during that time when all this was going on. And
What
like the
else
school
what
didn't do
else did they let
nothing.
her do? Or what else did they say she could do?
You're crying, Amethyst.
It was online classes, switch schools, or she didn't want to face her attacker in class, she could sit in the back of the class.
Oh my Lanta.
That's what they told this girl who was assaulted, but because he was a football player,
They didn't want it known to the public.
they wasn't going to do anything about it.
And what did she say?
I don't remember. Let me see if I can find the article.
When was this and where was this?
This was in Moscow at University of Idaho.
Not too long ago?
I think she just kept her mouth shut. I'm thinking for
Well,
some
that's
reason
the way to silence
that she
somebody if I've
moved.
never heard it.
Yeah.
Right.
Hold on. Let me see if I can find
And this is you said he was a football player at Idaho State
No, University of Idaho.
University of Idaho.
University.
In Moscow, where Kaylee and all them, where this whole Brian Kohlberger stuff's going on.
They're not even that big of a deal in
In
football. That's
football.
crazy that they would
I know.
yeah, that's crazy that they would cover or act like that. Whatever the hell they did.
Oh, it don't matter if you're good on a bad football team or bad on a bad football team. If you're on a football team, I mean, you know how it is, Willie. Like,
that's what I said. Like, I didn't do bad shit. I mean, I just like skipped classes and stuff. But my coach would always come in the principal's office and talk him out of punishing me because I wouldn't be able to play if I had a certain if I had out of school suspension, I couldn't play. So they settled for in school suspension. I was cool with that. So I couldn't imagine a big university. Yeah, so I can't imagine a D1 or D2 school.
Hey, Princess Megan. Let me see if this is it real quick. Yes, this is it. So the essay complaint was in 2013.
so that was a while ago.
Yeah. But it just shows what goes on at that university that they sweep under the rug.
Or any university, to be honest.
Well, yeah, that is true.
a lot of it just doesn't, you know. I mean, it might get to the local, but it doesn't get outside of that, really.
What's Hudson Lindo? Did you ever hear of that? Is that a
Hudson
person?
Lindo?
Yeah, somebody said that 2 or 3 frat brothers died in Moscow in the last few years. Look up Hudson Lindo, December 2022.
He's the one.
There's a
Wait, hold on. Let me see. Because there was
Well,
one
and then, I mean,
that died in the creek.
hell? So there's been a couple because
That was
you
after.
also
and
have that
Brett
in
Kopacka.
Brent.
That was
Yeah,
after a hazing.
Okay, so Hudson died January the 5th of 2022. So that one, and then oh crap, what was the girl's name?
I think his was after a hazing.
Yeah, he I think left one of the frat parties and he was found in a creek, and they said that he drowned. So that one was in 2022. There
Yeah.
was another one where a girl and
Kylie
her
Ronnie
dad,
John too.
the girl's dad says that she took too much of some medicine. I think it was she was sick or something like that. I forgot exactly what. Hey, Thistle, what type of medicine it was, but she ended up passing away. And the dad is saying that it was an accidental OD because her case was being looked at too after Kaylee and all their cases came up. So Hudson, I need to write this down because I'll be done.
It's crazy that it takes an incident like that for other cases to be brought to light. Sad.
Right.
Very sad.
But see, they were saying that they didn't have any unalivings in Moscow since 2015. It was like 7 years since they had one there.
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
Now they're not considering Hudson's as an unaliving. I think they listed. I believe it was an accident or something. I'll have to go back and
What
find
do you
it.
do? Trip and drown in the creek? I mean, come on.
Let me see. Hold on. Since I've got
Was
it
there ever an
here.
investigation done? Like, just, I mean, listen, they chalked Kylie Rodney up, so who knows about Hudson?
Okay, so he was found deceased in Paradise Creek on January the 5th of 2022. His death was due to an accidental drowning, but this user, because somebody had looked into it, but a user had alarmed some speculating questions about his death. Because people were like looking into that one. And then the girl, I cannot remember the girl's name. Now, Cade Young.
Who's that?
He had something to do with the journalism department. He was a student at the University of Idaho. He had something to do with the journalism part of the college. And so you know Emma and Demetrius, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, Hannah Clary, thank you, Lucia. Hannah Clary's the girl who took the medicine and her dad said it was an accidental OD. So Cade Young somehow ended up in Washington with Emma and Demetrius. And he got a hold of something and caused him to OD. He got it from them. Goes to the hospital. The hospital lets him out. They discharge him a couple of hours later. I think it was like 8 hours or something like that. He calls a friend to come pick him up. He goes back to the friend's house. The friend keeps checking on him, to make sure he's breathing, make sure he's okay and all this and that. Well, the friend went in there and he was already gone. He had passed away.
Damn.
And that's what Emma and Demetrius got arrested for, but they ended up getting out.
Wow.
Still ain't figured out how they got out. Okay. I got to write down Hannah and Hudson's names because if I go back to look up their stuff, I forgot their names.
So Emma and Demetrius was also involved with Cade's, or
no? That's who they were. That's the death that they were involved with. He was with them when he got the substance and took it.
And this kid's name is Cade.
Let me look him. I think it's Cade Young.
Cade, yeah, it is.
He
Hey,
was
Charlotte.
something to do with the
Charlotte.
journalism part. Yes, Tony.
Hey, darling, can you put a email link in the chat for Don F, please? He's got something on info, their budget or something.
Okay, yeah, hold on. Let me
Thank you.
drop it.
On in Montana.
And then Hudson was also somebody.
Hayden Young. Thank you, Eric. And Eric, how are
Hayden.
you?
Pretty Little Liars over there in Idaho, huh?
So yeah, Hudson was something to do with a frat party that he had just left. Some people are speculating it was more to it. Hey MLS, how are you? You know how people, when something happens in a town, like with the Idaho 4, people start digging into other things that happen in that area,
Yeah.
especially when it comes to like a university, and they start seeing other things that happen at the university and all this and that, because that was what they kept saying in the beginning. Moscow PD did. You know, we haven't had an unaliving here in 7 years, since 2015.
Yep.
And when
6
people
months.
got to looking into it, they find out that
That's not
Hudson
necessarily
passed away. Right. Hudson passed away in 2022. I forgot what month it was that Hannah had passed away. And then after
Well, how
Kaylee
would you look, though, I guess,
Maddie,
you know?
do what?
I guess how would they look going up and being like, you know, we haven't had a death here in 8 months, you know, like,
Well, they
I
could have
guess,
just not said it.
Right. Just kind of kept it to themselves.
yeah.
And okay, wait. Lou
And then-
Tyler, 19, WSU, unalived after frat party, January of 2023. Thank you, Harley.
Who was
Jesus.
that?
That was Luke Tyler. He was over in Pullman at WSU.
And then Brent Kopacka.
Shot him.
Right. Yep. He was over in Washington too, though.
So he was at WSU.
He was, I
Was
believe,
he
right
go-
off the campus.
Didn't he work?
Yeah, I believe so. I'm writing this down now.
His body cams piss me the hell off. Don't get me started.
What's wrong? What?
No,
What-
I said the body cam from that incident pisses me off so much.
From Brent?
Oh,
I remember watching, I don't remember what show it was on, but you know how you can watch,
I didn't
like
want.
these,
Listen, I like that. Like I watched it off of like YouTube somewhere, like, you know, not where
you're
everybody
talking
else
about
watched it.
the body cam footage?
Yeah, not where everybody
Yeah.
else watched it. Like I watched it where, like, you know, it's the biggest thing I took from it that was sad. I'm not, and without like going into, oh, you know, this person said that, you know, they radioed this, they radioed that, was that nobody one time, instead of yelling, come out, your hands up, or Brent do this or Brent do that, was, hey, Brent, I'm a veteran myself. I know how it feels, you know, to have PTSD and what you're going through, and try to just, you know, talk to him like a, you know,
Like a
from
normal
veteran,
person?
Like a human
yeah,
being that he,
or from veteran to veteran. I mean, veterans know how strong their bonds are. I mean, I don't know because I'm not a veteran, but I mean, my grandfather has told me, you know, like they're like brothers, you know. So
Yeah.
if they hear somebody on the outside of that door who is a veteran who knows what you're going through, who knows if that would have worked. But I know they didn't try that because I saw the whole scene. So nobody can tell me that, you know, oh, you don't know that. Yeah, I do know that. And just that little detail there is what I think upsets me
Hold
more
on.
than,
I'll be right back, y'all.
Than anything.
yeah, just that nobody
Like,
tried
did
to
they just start shooting?
No, to be honest, if you have the time to watch it all, you don't really see the shot. They said that a sniper missed from 40 yards and then a sniper hit him and then they went into his place, but they didn't, like, you know, they were outside of the apartment the whole time.
Okay, I'm back.
They always say they tried to talk him down. They didn't try to talk him down.
Oh, hell no.
Hello.
And then the lady radioed in and she's like, he just threatened to shoot everybody outside. You didn't hear Brent one time in the freaking whole hours that they were there. And the craziest thing about it that I saw as well was the person who lived in that apartment was sitting in their apartment with these cops for like an hour or two.
I've seen that part. The part that you're
I've
talking
never seen that
about.
in my life. I've never seen them take over like, an area and they just keep like the person there in harm's way. Like, oh, don't, there's 8 of us in here just chilling with ARs and whatever. Just hang out.
Yeah, because usually they make the people who live there get out of the apartment or out of the house.
What you would think if they're saying everybody was in danger and he was threatening to shoot everybody in there, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's, again, there's just little key
But that
things that
wasn't the case.
doesn't sit right with me with that of how it was handled. I'm not saying that it had anything to do with Idaho. I'm just saying of how it was handled. It's just upsetting because, he was a Purple Heart veteran, and I don't think he deserved what happened to him.
You're right.
So, if you don't like it, you don't like my opinion, I don't care. It is what it is. He has a family, and I know his family isn't really, they're not going after anything or going to do anything, but, it's just, they didn't even have a press conference for him about the situation. So, whatever. I mean, it's just upsetting.
I'll have to
Anyway.
watch. Because, I mean, the only reason I even know about him is because of the speculation of having a connection to the 4.
Yeah.
But I didn't even know about him until that came up.
I just want to know. I just want to know where he was standing when that sniper, quote unquote, shot him, because his own brother said that there was no bullet holes in Brent's room. So if Brent was barricaded in his room, and the sniper took him out, Brent couldn't have been in his room. He would have had to been like in the bathroom. So again, there's just too much doesn't make sense. And like I said, not one time do you hear him. Like, you don't hear Brent at all. You don't hear him screaming, making threats to anybody outside or anybody responding to the cops. Nothing. It's like he's not even in there. It sounds like, or he's already, in my opinion, he was already gone.
Already
But that's
gone.
another
So,
conversation.
I have a question. What's your take on Breonna Taylor?
There's so many people. Who's that again?
The girl that was shot by police because they were like
Oh, they went into the wrong
the
house,
wrong
wasn't it?
apartment
Jesus. Where was this?
in Louisville, right?
Yeah, I think
in Louisville.
What did they do? They served a warrant at the wrong house?
So I don't know if it was the wrong house, but they definitely and it happened like right after the whole George Floyd thing. And that's what kind of got me, was you would think that, police officers would be very careful about what they're doing, but they were clearly not.
Obviously, if she didn't do anything, right?
no, she was asleep.
She was asleep.
Well, why'd they shoot her?
Because it went through a wall.
Oh shit!
Didn't it? Am I not correct, Scarlett?
I think they said that. Okay, so her boyfriend had a firearm, and I believe he said that he thought somebody was breaking in, but the cops are claiming that they clearly announced themselves whenever they were, about to come in or whatever. So
the shot wasn't intentional for her.
No.
If I remember correctly, the boyfriend shot first. They return fire, and she ends up getting hit. And I don't believe it was even the right house where they were supposed to be at.
Correct.
Serving this warrant.
Well, I mean, how do you justify, an individual in the middle of the street with an AK-47 letting off at people and cops firing back and hitting a civilian? It's kind of the same thing. Like, I don't know how you fault an officer, because that to me is accidental. I mean, if the officer was drawn on and the officer fires and the bullet misses and that person that he's firing on put the people behind him in danger, I don't see how that. I don't really know much about the case, but I don't see how that would be all on the officer at all. In my opinion, I don't know.
Right.
What do you think?
I
just
think the
think-
whole thing is
I just think
it's-
the whole thing was just unfortunate.
right.
Yeah, I mean, obviously
Looks
it's
like it was
unfortunate. I'm just saying, as far as
That's
The
a
Looks
law
hard
handled badly.
that.
Basically, just an innocent person.
what
But-
happened to the cop?
I don't think anything
Oh, okay.
that I know of. I think there was talk about something going to happen, but I don't think it ever really did. And it happened right after the George Floyd situation, so there's that.
I mean, like I said, if you take that situation and that's, to me, that's a night and day. But again, it wasn't meant for her, so I don't.
Yeah, no.
I don't know.
You know,
It's
it's
just.
just-
Hey,
it's
Avery, how
unfortunate.
are you?
Yeah. It's just an unfortunate thing that happened.
This live has 8,700 likes.
She's obsessed with 87.
I know it's
Hi,
been
Brian.
87 years.
Roll
Okay,
Tide.
so I've got the article
What do you got?
about the essay that we were talking about a second ago. I've got it now from what happened in Idaho. Let me get it brought up here.
I'm about to walk up to 7-Eleven. Pray I don't get essayed.
Be safe.
Crazies around here.
Okay, so essay accusation against Idaho student athlete surfaces. This is from May the 11th of 2018. So she filed her complaint in 2013. So the Moscow Police Department disclosed that a U of I student athlete was accused of essay last year, contradicting a statement by the athletic director that his department has not had any recent issues with essay. So they haven't had any recent ones. So like, how many have they had in the past? So a woman filed a report with the Moscow Police Department alleging that she was essayed by a University of Idaho student athlete in November, the Moscow Pullman Daily News reported. The newspaper did not identify the student because no charges were filed in the case. The student athlete has not been removed from his team. Captain Tyson Barrett informed the office of the Dean of Students and the athletic director, Rob Spear, of the report, he said. The police department investigated the case and forwarded it to the Latah County Prosecutor's Office, which declined to file charges. The prosecutor's office returned the case to the police without charges because there wasn't enough evidence, said Bill Thompson, the county's prosecuting attorney. Spears, a lawyer, declined to comment on the November allegation, citing an instruction from the university's general counsel not to speak about the case. Spears told the Associated students of the University of Idaho Senate on April the 4th that his department had not recently had any issues with SA. Spears had been placed on paid administrative leave a day before addressing the student senators amid allegations that his department had mishandled complaints of SA and harassment against a football player in the spring of 2013. The university has hired an outside entity to review its handling of previously reported police incidences involving a single football player in 2012 and 2013. Okay, so that's the end of it.
Do they have the player's name?
No, they didn't release his name because there was no charges.
Wow. So that was all to just protect them.
Yeah, he's a football player.
That's
Not sweeping
crazy.
under the rug.
Yeah, but the university is squeaky clean, guys. Don't worry.
May, yes, I will be. Now that I've got my computer completely
She's
back.
back.
Yes.
She's
God.
back.
She back. Yay, she back.
Avery, are you really seeing 8,700 likes?
No. I see 113 now.
On likes?
114. Yeah.
I only see 64 and 114 viewers.
Hold on.
Wait, let me see if I can refresh mine without
Oh,
it.
wait a minute. You're right. 64, 130. I was looking at the wrong thing. Sorry. I
Okay,
do
because
like too many things at one time sometimes.
Vapor said I was wrong with my info about Brianna.
about what?
About Brianna.
Brianna?
About what?
Brianna Taylor.
About what part though?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Most likely everything.
I remember when that happened, that case. I don't remember like every little detail. But I do remember that it was a very big thing.
Yeah.
Sounds cold.
I do too. I couldn't remember everything that happened on it either. That's why I kept my mouth shut.
It's like 40 degrees out right now. What the hell's going on?
It's freezing here.
Holy shit.
It's 33
Yeah, it's cold.
here.
My car almost didn't start coming home from bowling. Like it literally didn't start. Like I turned the key like twice and it didn't start. Finally, I turned the key and pressed on the gas, and it finally like and then started.
Okay, so Meta Mom is saying she sees 21,000. Good
What?
Lord.
I see 73 now.
21,000 what likes on this video?
It's if that's what they're seeing, it's obviously a glitch.
I wish it wasn't.
I mean,
Here comes the guy. That's 7-Eleven.
Oh, that's right. I forgot you live right across from a convenience.
All right,
you live across from a 7-Eleven, Willie?
No, I gotta walk up. Hello.
Yeah, but it's not that far.
Oh,
No,
you
it's not
guys.
far.
It's
Did
like
you-
almost 1:00 in the morning where he's at though.
Oh yeah, it's not early.
What is it, JC?
Because my cousin's wife's family, her mom used to own a couple 7-Elevens out in California.
Holy hell, it does. Avery is right. I'm sorry.
What?
Avery sent me a screenshot. It literally says on her thing 8.7 thousand likes.
Wow.
Look at that.
On this video?
On this live.
How you doing?
Yeah, she screenshotted it and sent it in Discord.
Well, get that
Oh.
puppy out in the algorithm, man.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, JC. Go ahead.
I was just saying my cousin's family she's retired now, but she owned a couple 7-Eleven, or she managed them. I don't know if she owned them or if she managed them. I think she managed them. I miss 7-Elevens though. I haven't seen one of those for a while.
I think we still have them down here.
We have one every once in a while.
Willie, do you have Wawas?
Hell yeah, there's a Wawa down the hill.
Oh yes.
I love a Wawa.
Willie should go to Wawa and just film it for us and send it to us.
Wawa's shit.
Okay,
Hey,
so
I love
Margaret
Wawas.
You don't like them?
I love
Margaret in chat says the fact that there is still no trial date set is outrageous. Why would BK defense not push for bail? And I'm still hearing background noise. I honestly think he is enjoying the experience of being in jail.
Oh my god.
I wish, honestly, they would hurry up and set the trial date. Like, get everything done and over with that they need to get done, and let's get it to trial.
Well, hopefully now that this IGG shit or whatever, hopefully when that's done, then they'll start.
Yeah, and
Whatever.
I've got the thing pulled up because, like I said, I couldn't remember if I had shared this with y'all the other day. It's just.
I mean,
like,
they only pitched about it 12 times, so obviously they were waiting for it to whatever.
Okay, so it just says it's a notice of in-camera submission comes now the state of Idaho by and through the Latah County prosecuting attorney, and hereby gives notice that pursuant to this court's October 25th, 2023 order addressing IGG DNA and order for in-camera review, the state has submitted the IGG information in its possession, custody, or control to the court for in-camera review. And it was dated on November the 30th and signed by Mr. Thompson. And that was the last thing that they have put out on the Idaho website as far as Brian's case goes. Be nice to look on there and say, notice a trial date.
I don't want them to hurry anything that they need to take their time on, though.
No, but
I want them to get it right.
right, I do too. Because if this is the person who did it, then they need to be able to present their evidence, the state does, to prove that he is the one who done it.
Okay, I have a question, though.
Okay.
Say he is found not guilty. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Willie, what is going to happen?
Well, that's me. Ask the town.
Hyundai sales will go through the roof.
What?
Sales of Hyundai will go through the roof.
Oh, the Hyundai Elantras?
It'll be rebased a Honda Escape.
I think there would be immediate panic in that town, and everybody's parents that have kids at the university, and
because if he's found not guilty, they have to let him go that day.
Yeah. And is he liable, or is he able to sue him for?
I don't know if he's able to sue them, but he's probably able to sue everybody else that's talking, making documentaries and doing this and whatever else. And hell yeah, I would.
I mean, if he's found not guilty, he's going to be a very rich man.
Yeah, but he can't go anywhere in the United States. He's going to have to
Yeah, everybody will know him. Hey, Devil Doll, how are you?
And
that's why I said if he's found not guilty, I'm hitting him up and be like, yo, I know you got money.
Okay.
Let's go to Dubai or something,
But he's not like O.J. Simpson.
No.
I mean, O.J. Simpson walked free.
But they treated it like, look, they walked him down Monroe County Courthouse with 10 armed guards, like he was Pablo Escobar. So, and then they filmed his plane traveling across the United States. And
I'm guilty of tracking it. I tracked that plane all the way across the
they
US.
tracked him like Santa Claus. So, what do you expect from this case? Obviously, this case is going to stay viral, and they want it to go away, but it's not going to go away. People people been waiting a long time.
He's going to be, if he's found not guilty, his life is still not going to be the same.
No, hell no. Like I said, he can't go anywhere. He won't, he can't do nothing. He's Brian Kohlberger.
Honestly, let's just say he's found not guilty. He would, he has to be released that day. He would have to leave the town of Moscow, the state of Idaho,
immediately.
Yeah. He would have to.
And can he, if you were him, Willie, would you go back to the Poconos?
Huh?
If you were him and he was found not guilty.
I would live in. I wouldn't live in the United States. I'd just go to Greece. What?
But you're saying literally, you think he should move to another country?
Yeah.
I agree with Willie.
Oh my gosh.
His face is plastered all over. Just think this is like a world. People all around the world, not just in Idaho. Or just in the U.S.
Hit the gym every day, and be a sell cars. I don't understand.
People are.
Stacey, you keep saying he's not O.J. Simpson, and you're right. He's not O.J. Simpson. O.J. Simpson could walk out and continue to live his life.
Right.
Do that.
Yeah, if they had this kind of evidence on O.J., he'd be out. So he's. And as much as everybody's like, oh, she's Ann Taylor, she's still a public defender. In my eyes, they're all in bed with each other. So he still has a public defender, not a paid lawyer. So I don't think, he has a hell of a more fighting chance than Rich Fallon does. But I don't see this whole big thing about Ann Taylor, in my opinion, because I don't see her like you guys have been talking. She's not even doing anything. First thing I would do is try to get it out of that area. Because if you get a jury pool from that area, good luck.
I don't think there's really a possibility for him to have a fair trial, to be honest.
What there is, if his,
Well, then he should have a better lawyer to get him out of
that's
that.
right. Tell him.
Hey, you
Yeah.
Who
guys.
the hell's his parents? Why? I mean, if there's so many
Avery.
people that think he's innocent, why aren't these people? Because again, I don't give a shit whether he did it or not. There's thousands of people more, out there that are in this whole he's innocent. I'll have these crazy theories than I do. Why aren't they raising money to have, get him a good lawyer? If they care so much. So he has a public defender, and if he doesn't get a fair trial and all this shit, well, don't keep it in that same area. What do you expect?
I mean, yeah, she should have filed for change of venue a long time ago.
Yeah, I don't know why
Yeah.
she didn't.
Yeah, why
So
didn't
that's their fault, not anybody else's.
Hey, I hate to break up your flow here, but I really don't feel good. I wanted to come up and ask if everybody could please check and see what the likes are on Scarlett's video, because
Yeah,
I know
that is
people.
weird.
Okay, people are messing with other people's channels, buying likes to get their channels taken down, and it. Oh my god. Scared.
Don't strain yourself, please. You sound
Yeah,
When I look
I'm
at
so
it, it
sorry.
says 73.
What do you say?
Mine
People are
says
doing what
80.
with their
It
channels?
just went to 81.
Well, MetaMom
I
sees
just
like
refreshed.
6,000 likes. Somebody else sees 4,000. It just worried me that somebody might be messing with your channel. That's why I wanted to see.
It's probably just a glitch.
Yeah,
It's
because
probably
I
just
went to my other channel and just looked, and I'm seeing 81.
Okay,
It is,
so
and
it
that's
must.
yeah,
So
it's
I just
probably a
refreshed.
glitch. Because on my I have my
So the app
studio
would,
pulled
so
up
the
as
app will
well.
use your Scarlett.
Okay.
And yeah, on my studio it shows 81, and then when I went to the other channel, it shows 81. So
Okay, all right. See, MetaMom is sending me an image now, a screenshot. It just freaked me out because I know that people have been doing that. They've been going and buying likes to get people's channels taken down. So when I seen it, it scared me. And then when a couple other people seen it that high, it scared me.
wait, buying likes?
Yes, they will.
they can do that.
Yeah, they'll go and buy likes for other people's channels because it's against terms of service to get their channel tanked. And so it just worried me. But if it's just a glitch, then that's fine. I'm going back to bed to listen.
Yeah, you need to go to bed. You sound
Yeah,
horrible.
shit. You guys do not
It's
want this
terrible,
flu
huh?
going around. I'll tell you what.
The baby has it.
Hell no, you sound sick as hell.
Yeah,
It's the
MetaMom
flu?
says she sees 21,000 like it's flu and strep and everything freaking else. It's awful. You don't want it. You do not want it.
Yeah, the baby has
No,
it. She's
I
going
do
to the
not.
doctor.
We've had it since Saturday. It's fucking ridiculous. Excuse my language.
Yeah, you need to go lay down and get some rest.
All right, well, I'll feel better soon.
Okay. And if anybody's bestie with your channel, Scarlett, you just let me know because I'm sick enough to go kick somebody's ass.
You just need to go to bed.
Yeah,
That's
go
all you
to
need to worry
bed.
about
All
doing.
right.
Avery, you go to
Good
bed,
night.
and you'll know that I'll be thinking of you.
Okay, Tony, I seen you
Not
in
thinking about you, of course.
Tony,
Oh,
I
God.
seen you in a drama channel today, and boy, you were egging some stuff on too.
Oh, it's been funny though.
Oh, God.
All right, bye
All
guys.
right, love you.
Later.
All right.
Love you too.
Bye.
Bye, Burp and Willie.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, she still sounds bad.
Yeah, she sounds sick as hell.
Yeah, she sounded like that the other night when she came up on panel. Hold on, y'all. I'm sending a text real quick. Okay. All right. I can't text, talk, look at chat, and all that at the same time. Okay, so what do y'all think now that the judge has this IGT information and he's going to go over it? I'm pretty sure he's going to have an expert in there with him to go over it, make sure he understands it all and everything. But what do y'all think he's going to do with it? Because he's going to have to make a decision if he's going to let the defense see any of it or all of it. What do y'all think he's going to do?
Or if
Panel
he's
and
going,
chat.
like, is it a possibility that he won't even allow it?
I mean, it's a
Yes.
possibility. He doesn't have to let them.
He could say it has nothing to do with what and how they did their process and just throw it
I
out.
would
Now,
not. I would
Sure.
not want to be judge right now
me neither.
at all. Can you imagine? Hello.
Hello.
Well, if
Sorry.
if everything's
said-
transparent, then what's the big deal?
Right. Exactly.
Because it
But
ain't.
Well, hold
it's
on.
up to
Everybody, just
him.
hold on. Whoa. Let's back up 10 seconds here, because everybody just agreed with, he's in a
Well,
predicament
it
here.
is. If
They don't want to
everything
be
is
judge. What
transparent,
do you mean?
yes, they
Just be
should.
transparent. If the prosecution did stuff and this is how they found them, say, look, defense, this is how they found your client, whatever the hell you want to call them. Here, game over.
Right.
Well, I'm gonna
No more motions.
hold on.
She ain't filed no motions
They filed 11, 12
back
for the
then.
freaking IGG.
Yeah, but since what?
They could have
It's
handed
been
it over
months.
after
It's
the
been months
first.
since she's filed any motions.
Okay.
Well, I mean, if somebody told you no 11 times, would you still ask them out?
I mean, that's their job. They're supposed to. They're supposed to file them. It don't matter how many
I'm
times
just
they're told
saying.
no.
All right. So in this article, it came out December the 4th. Idaho prosecutors submit disputed Brian Kohlberger DNA evidence to the judge for review, and there is a statement in here that the judge had made. But it says Idaho prosecutors have submitted disputed DNA evidence to the court that student murders suspect. I'm sorry, I have to watch what I say, and I don't like how they put words in here that I have to change. But suspect Brian Kohlberger once handed over to him as he hopes to beat 4 first-degree murder charges and a burglary count in the November 2022 massacre of 4 university students. Prosecutors say that the police used investigative genetic genealogy, or IgG, evidence to generate leads, but not to obtain any warrants in the case. They allegedly confirmed a match between a DNA sample on a knife sheath found at the crime scene to Kohlberger's cheek swab. Police recovered a K-bar knife sheath under the body of 21-year-old victim Madison Mogan, who they found with stab wounds in an upstairs bedroom along with her best friend Kaylee Gonzalez, also 21. Their housemate Xana Cornodal, 20, and her boyfriend Ethan Chapin, who was also 20, were also murdered. The others, 2 other housemates survived, including one who saw a masked man matching Kohlberger's description walk out the back door, according to court documents. In a filing dated November the 30th and released over the weekend, Latah County Prosecutor Bill Thompson wrote that his office had submitted the IgG information in its possession, custody, or control. The fight over whether the IgG evidence should be disclosed has been a sticking point for the defense as it demands more information through the discovery process. Judge John Judge gave Kohlberger's defense a minor victory in October, ordering the prosecution to share the evidence with him for an in-camera review and inspection by the judge done in private. He is expected to examine the IgG evidence and decide how much of it, if any, should be shared with the defense. The state's argument that the IgG investigation is wholly irrelevant since it was not used in obtaining any warrants and will not be used at trial is well supported, Judge wrote previously. Nonetheless, Kohlberger is entitled to view at least some of the IgG information in preparing his defense, even if it may ultimately be found irrelevant.
Wait. That didn't. Can we read that one more time? That it said that it didn't play a part in getting them their warrant.
They didn't use it to get the warrants, and it was not going to be used at trial, and it was not presented to the grand jury.
Well, it's not going to be used at trial because they got his DNA now. But at the time, how can they say that?
Because what they're saying is, okay, so when they did the whole genetic thing and they did the family tree and all this and that, and they got that information, they gave that to Latah County as a tip. You see what I'm saying? So because they gave it to them as a tip and not giving them that IgG information, they're saying they used the tip that they were given, and that's how they were able to get the warrants. They didn't use any of the IgG stuff.
Gotcha.
It was a tip that was issued to them. All right, so all 4 victims were undergrad students at the University of Idaho. Koberger, who attended the neighboring Washington State University in pursuit of a PhD in criminology, drove a white Hyundai Elantra, the same type of car investigators identified as the suspect vehicle, and allegedly turned his phone off before heading to and from the crime scene, according to the affidavit. Police citing phone records also allege that he stalked the victim's home on a dozen occasions before the murders and drove by once more hours after. Kohlberger is being held without bail, and then the judge entered a not guilty plea on his behalf at the arraignment in May. And of course, we know he could face the death penalty if he's convicted. So the judge is saying up here, I got to go back and find it. Give me a second. I done passed it up. Okay, so the judge wrote, he is entitled to view at least some of it, even though it may be found to be irrelevant. So is he going, after going through this, do y'all think that the judge is going to give any of it, all of it? What do y'all think to the defense?
I don't know.
Hopefully all of it.
I don't think he will.
You don't think, not even any of it, Betty Jo?
No.
You don't think he's going to give any of it to the defense?
Nope. If
He
it
may
had
not.
nothing,
Transparent.
the thing is, if it had nothing to do with getting the warrants or any other,
That's how they got his name.
never mind.
What about the other 3 DNAs that can't build a tree for? That's
Yeah, I
what I'd
don't
be
How do
curious.
we know though? We
That's
don't
what I'd be
know.
questioning.
We don't know
Where's
if
the
they
IgG
did.
for that?
We don't
Hopefully
know
when
if they
this,
did.
yeah, because hopefully when this goes to trial, because as of right now, we don't know if they did that with the other
Exactly.
3.
But you would think that
Hopefully-
if they did, that
Well, they did. Then they couldn't identify it. That's why it says unidentified.
They
it's a
didn't
mess.
do-
It's an
To us,
absolute.
it's
Excuse me.
unidentified
Because
because
if
they're
you
not
had
telling
3
us nothing.
if you had 3 other physical suspects, now it's a completely different ballgame, isn't it?
It's
That's
a
why
mess. That's why
hopefully
it's a
when
mess.
this goes to trial, though, they will come out and say, yes, we did look further into these 3 additional DNAs that was found, or no, we didn't.
Right. Right
Which-
now, we don't know anything about it.
Right. And thank God we will get to watch the trial.
How would jury that?
I just want to know how they're. I don't
Wait.
It's a mess. It's an absolute disaster.
It's a big cluster.
It's a
Because
mess
you
because
have-
they got a gag order and they're not telling anybody nothing. That's why it's a mess.
Well, it's a mess because you got one identifiable piece that points right to somebody, but then, I mean, if that was the only DNA, that would be a different story, right,
Well,
Willie?
yeah. Yeah, I mean,
Well,
all I'm
yeah,
saying is,
but we
all
don't
I'm saying
know
is,
that.
it was important enough for them to follow him across the
Indict him.
country and dig through his trash.
Mhm.
Correct?
Yeah, but
Yep.
they might
Okay.
have those other.
Well, I
3
mean, when you're
identified
going
the
out
other
at 4
three
o'clock in the
don't know
morning
it.
dumping
But then you
trash in your
throw in-
So
neighbor.
what?
Throw in a wrench. You got 3
He
other
was driving
people.
around at 4. So
Well,
what? He's
no.
awake.
I'm not talking about driving. I'm talking about taking trash and putting it in your neighbor's trash can. Who does that?
Yeah, but so
But-
what? Don't you think we would have heard of the contents of if it was incriminating rather than he was throwing away trash? I mean,
No.
if he threw away something
No.
that was
They
significant, we
don't
would
have
have,
to tell us.
Yeah, they're not going
But
to tell us what the content of the
Willie's
trash
point-
was.
Well,
To
hold
Willie's
on,
point, you guys.
wait.
But she said
Hold
there was
on,
no
wait.
DNA.
Wait, what is it, Lady V?
They
So
very well could have it identified by now. They were just waiting for it. Just
Right.
because they couldn't identify it back then doesn't mean that it's identified now, and they don't have to tell
So how
us
they
it
identify
is
him so
until
fast?
trial.
how
Well,
they identify his so fast?
Well, if they did these other 3, we don't know how long it took them to do it. I mean, it could have taken
It took
a
'em-
shorter amount of time. It could have taken them longer.
And they wouldn't have to tell
They
us.
arrested him
and
in
they
2
found
days.
No, they didn't.
From when they got his trash?
Till when they arrested him was literally 2 days.
Don't play with. Come on.
Hold on, I'll have to go back and get the
It
exact
took them
dates.
over.
Hold
It
on.
took them a month to even find him.
Yeah, it was
Oh,
like 6
Jesus.
weeks from the night
Yeah.
of the crime
Yeah.
to the day that he was
They didn't
arrested.
find the
It was
trash
like
till the
6 days and something,
They-
or 6 weeks and
Didn't
something.
they find the trash on the 27th and arrest him on the 30th?
Yes.
Summer, I'm
Yeah,
not here to be
They
politically
went through
correct.
the trash. They went through
Stop
his neighbor's trash because that's where he dumped the trash. They went through it, got his father's trash, did the IgG testing on it, come back, it was a match to the father. So
And how
then,
long did it take, Betty?
I don't know. I don't know how long it
2
takes to
days.
do a
2
test
days.
like
Well,
that.
Two
how
days
long
or
from when they took his trash to when they kicked his door
Yeah,
But
down?
it
How
was
long?
Three
only a
days.
partial DNA match.
Right.
There you go.
hold on, I'm
That's what
looking,
I.
y'all.
But we don't
3
even
days.
know where they found the other 3 DNA profiles.
Yeah,
It
all we
could
know
have
is
been
2 was in
somewhere
the
it didn't
house.
matter.
Right.
Yeah, all we know is that 2 were in the house where the victims were located. 1 was outside on a glove.
To
Right.
me, they need. To me, they need to be going after. Well, they need to.
But see, we don't know what they've
That's right,
gotten,
Tom.
what they've done, and what they haven't done.
And what
Because
I'm
there's a
saying,
Because
gag order.
everything, well, the gag order plus everything now that they are turning over, they're
Right.
sealing. They're
Right.
right.
sealing.
And what I'm
So
saying is, back then it was they didn't know who it belonged to, but they might know who it belonged to now. But it
Yep.
depends on where it was found, whether it's of relevance or not.
Right. Whether it was found like on a cup, on a doorknob, on the wall. We
Yeah.
On
don't
the
know.
Yeah,
night
yeah.
On the
sheets.
toilet
yeah,
Well, it's
seat.
because
relevant. It's relevant enough for them to say around, the victim. So I'm sure there was more than 2
No, they
DNAs in that
just
whole
said in
house.
the house where the
So
victims
you're
were
telling me there was 2
located.
DNAs in the whole house, Betty, when they just had a party the night before? Who cleaned?
No.
no, they said it was 3 unidentified
It has
No, I mean,
nothing to
come
do
on,
with
let's use
that,
common sense
Willie.
here.
DNAs, but the way that they put it in the document is
Exactly.
that 2 was found in the house where the victims were located. So are they
Right.
saying in the house as a whole, or are they saying in the bedroom where
Right. See, we don't know.
we
Nope,
don't
they found
know
2 in
because
the
of
whole
how
house.
how they put it in that document? It could go either way. It was in the
Yeah.
house as a whole,
The
and they
way it's
wasn't able
worded
to
is
identify
absolutely.
those.
But if it had no relevance to the crime, why put it in? Obviously, it has to be around something.
Well, that's what the defense put in a court document. That I believe it was as of or shit, I'll have to go back and find it. I forgot what the date is, but I know on November the 20th they found the glove,
Yes.
They're still
and
waiting on results.
I believe was it as of December the 17th. There was still 3 unidentified DNAs that was found, 2 inside the house where the victims were located. 1 was found on a glove that was found on November the 20th. So I believe the date as of December the 17th, they still didn't know who those 3 belonged to. They could have figured out who everybody else's belonged to, but those 3 they didn't. We don't know how many people came in and voluntarily gave their DNA because they had been in the house. None of that has been put out to the public.
It's just a mess.
Oh, no, it's a slam dunk. Don't worry.
I
No,
know,
nobody's
right?
saying it's a slam dunk.
It's not a slam dunk. I promise.
Oh,
No, nobody's saying that.
no.
It's just
Oh, yeah,
we don't
okay.
know nothing.
No,
Nobody's saying that.
nobody's saying that it's a slam dunk. We're
No.
saying
I'm not
we
saying that
gotta
nobody
wait
up
to
here is
know
saying
what.
it's a slam dunk. There's people out there saying it's a slam dunk.
Oh,
I'm not
Yeah,
talking
I
about
mean,
you guys.
Well,
there's
yeah.
people
Listen, when
out there.
I talk in, I'm not talking about you guys here. I'm talking
I'm
just
just
in.
saying that
In general, I know.
we
I
gotta
know what
wait
you're saying.
until we know what they have, and to find that out, we have to hear
yeah.
it. And when they go to court, that's
Yeah.
anybody that's not willing to do that has a closed mind, and I just don't believe in that.
Well, and I asked Willie the other night. I said, "What's it going to take for you to believe that he's,
Not much.
what would it take for you to believe that he's guilty, and what would it take for KK to believe that he's innocent?"
Not much.
I know because you rattled off what you said, and I said, "Oh,
But it sounds
so
like
not much."
but it sounds like it'd take a hell of a lot more for her to be convinced he's guilty because
Oh,
she believes
absolutely.
all this stuff's coming back from the lab, where I know it's not coming back from the lab. So you could just show me his phone was in the house. You could show me
How do you know that, Willie?
anything, huh? Because nothing I say is a fact. It's in my opinion because they don't.
If
So
Willie,
I
if
don't
if
believe
they
that. I believe KK has an open enough mind. If we went in there and they were able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, KK would change her mind.
No. I'm talking about a certain piece of evidence, lady. So she said when it comes back from the forensics of the knife and everything showing of the trail and kind of like how his DNA mixed with their DNA. That's what she was talking about seeing. All I need to see is his phone in the house, or I mean, very
if they
minimal. I
come
mean,
back,
any
that cast
speck of
report
victim
comes
DNA
back.
anywhere.
If the cast report comes back and it shows his phone's in the house,
See ya.
he's
screwed.
screwed.
That's
He's screwed.
See ya.
That's why it's
Willie,
very
what else? You
important
said
that we're
something
able to
else
get to
though
see
too.
this trial
You said
now.
something else.
But all I see is his phone was off. So until that's in front of me, I don't want to hear it. What were you saying?
You said something else too. You said if like the car is on, if his car is on that street or something at that time.
Well, yeah, I mean, if
or-
they have his car sitting there and they got him getting out, going in, getting his car, or they have his license plate, or something in that
Anything like
area, his
that.
license plate. Yeah,
He's
but
cooked.
in my common sense ass mind, I'm thinking if they had his license plate or any kind of video like that, they would have arrested him a hell of a lot sooner than they
Sooner
did.
than they did. Yeah.
Well, yeah, if they
But-
had his plate any sooner, then they wouldn't have the public out looking for the car. They would have just ran the plate number, found out who it belonged to, went straight to his house,
Yeah.
and brought him in for questioning and all that. I'm trying to find the document where it talks about the 3 DNAs, just so I can read it verbatim on what it says. I just got to find this document. There's so many documents that they've put on this website. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I don't remember it.
She couldn't hang, Abe.
If it wasn't him,
I'd have 10 of them going nuts.
if it wasn't him,
Yeah.
and what was I going to say?
But okay, here's what I told you before. Right now, from what we know, I can make the same argument that Hunter did this. Same one. I can make the same argument with the same evidence that Hunter did this right now. With what we know, you can do the same with Hunter. Even actually, he looks, a little bit more because he was actually in the house and around the scene and pinging around that actual area. But, I'm just saying, you could make an argument for other individuals, and that's not how it should be in a death penalty case. So until I see, like I had told you, what I need to see, I can't hang them.
No.
I wish I could. I wish it came back that they found blood in his house, office, wherever the hell they said there was not. Yes, okay, you got him. But, Nancy Grace said it was a rolling, what the hell she called it? A rolling petri dish. Once it came back with nothing,
Yeah.
she justified it. Once she justified it, everybody else trying to justify it now. Instead of just saying, it's kind of weird. He didn't have any DNA in his, but everyone wants to come out with these stories. He had a bin bag, he had a bucket, he had a freaking, who knows? But yet he did it in 7 minutes. I'm trying to use my common sense to figure this out, not go off into crazy conspiracy theories. And it doesn't, how they wrote it, it's not making sense to me how I'm perceiving it. They made the timeline, not me. They took Dylan's witness story and built their timeline around it. They changed Charlotte said, I think you said it was between 3 and 4. Now it's between 4 and 5 or whatever.
Yeah,
So,
before the PCA came out, they said that the crime happened
There's
between 3 and
echo.
4.
yeah.
Can everybody mute? There's an echo.
So, like, that's what I mean. I don't know why everybody gets mad at me. I didn't write this shit. I just say stuff that people don't want to say. No. I'm not saying. Oh my God,
agree
Lee, how
with a
many
lot-
times I have to say? I'm not talking about anybody up here. Obviously, I know.
I
It's
understand
nobody
that.
up here. I'm just saying that, sometimes I say stuff that people get angry about, but it's stuff nobody wants to ask because they're afraid to, they don't want to be berated. I don't give a shit. I mean, I just want
they don't
the
want
truth.
you to favor their mind. That's what it is. I mean, there's
Well, I
a
mean,
lot of
everybody's here,
people
but everybody's still following this case for a reason. If you were 100%, sold on the fact that he did it, why are people still looking into this case as hard as they are? I'm not saying anybody here. I'm saying there's some people that are going hard with this case, way harder than anybody here.
There are some people that are going hard with this case that are coming up with some ridiculous conspiracies, and just making up stuff.
But the problem
just
is
so they
hear
can
me.
have a video about it. For
It's
click
Yeah,
click
but the
and
problem is they hear
views.
me and they hear how
Yes.
I don't agree with he's 100% guilty, and then they think I'm going to go along with that crazy conspiracy shit. I
It's
don't
just-
agree with
it's
none of
just-
that stuff.
Well, I mean, you know,
Astrologer?
everybody
click
is
and
Brand
entitled to
nothing.
their own. Everybody is entitled to their own opinions.
Yeah, but
you know,
but
if you-
when they come out and say that, you know, it was to say 100% fact that they were dealing kilos of cocaine out of the house, you can't say that. You can't just, you know, like nobody
but
knows that.
there's people that run with that, and then there's people out there who
I
believe
know.
it.
Well, you
Yeah, but
can't
like,
say that because this is a free country, but you're ridiculous for saying that.
no, yeah, but I mean,
Because
those
there
same
hasn't
people.
been
How?
one single thing tied with that.
But how can you believe? Okay,
It's
how can you
clicks and
believe?
views. That's
That's
all
all
it
it
is.
is. It's clicks and views. That's what
That's all it
That's
boils
what it.
down
Welcome to
Yes.
YouTube.
I
That's
understand
all it
that,
boils
but I'm
down
saying,
to.
how can you believe this crazy conspiracy on something, but yet you don't believe?
I
You know,
don't
the
know
PC.
that they
I don't know.
actually even believe it, Willie. It's just clicks and views.
Welcome to
There are
YouTube.
people out there that do believe it, but the people that run with it they don't necessarily have to agree with it. They just want the clicks and views.
Well, I know. I mean, it's been out there. I mean, this case has been viral. I'm just saying, it's, you know, hopefully by now people are smart enough to kind of, you know, tell the difference.
I mean, but there's people dumb enough to, but I'm sorry, I don't mean it that way, but there are people that will believe anything.
Yeah, like my ass today when I saw the headline on what's the name's channel, I thought they had some crazy, you know, incriminating evidence that was new, and turns out it's nothing, and it's not what the title of the live was. So, yeah, I mean, it's, to me,
Hey,
it's just as bad as the media in some
Hey,
cases.
NorCal Jim, how are you?
How
Dog
are
Dad,
you,
how are you?
NorCal?
I haven't seen him in forever.
I haven't either. Gosh, it's good to see you.
Y'all, I promise I'm gonna find where it says about these 3 other DNAs. I just got to find the document that it's in.
Oh boy, guys, I can't even keep up with chat.
Huh?
I can't even keep up
I'm
with
What do you do?
chat.
You sit there. You
Any
sit
of
there
the
and stare at
mods,
chat?
do I need to slow the chat down for y'all?
You could slow it down a little bit. Yeah,
Okay.
You guys sit there. You guys are loose. You guys sit there and watch every comment. You guys are wild.
I'm
I
a mom,
try
so
to.
that's what I do.
I look up
yeah.
every like 20 seconds.
I
Look at a
try to
couple.
keep up with it as best as I can.
I don't even look at it at all.
I'm too busy to sit here and stare
I
at the
look
screen
at
all the time.
Okay, I got it slowed down. If y'all need me to slow it any more, just let me know.
Gosh, it is so good to see you, NorCal.
Yeah, he hasn't been in here in a while.
He hasn't been anywhere in a while. At least not with that name.
Okay, I gotta remember the command to find something on a PDF.
Who's talking about me? Now, do not say my name. And Willie admitted you. Watch your mouth. Come up here. You got something to say. Anybody got something to say about Willie? Panel right there.
I got something to say, Willie.
What's up, baby?
What is up with my chat?
I think you know why it's okay to speculate as long as it's not harmful towards the victims or the victims' families, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And as long as it's not a blatant attack on law enforcement either, it's just.
Thank you,
know,
Don.
there's one channel that keeps saying that Chief Fry is behind all of this. He's a criminal mastermind for the last 30 years in that town. Everything that's happened.
Chief Fry what?
That he's a criminal mastermind in that town, and everything that's happened to anyone there, he's behind it. That's the lunacy we're getting to. So, yeah, no, good on you, Willie. You know, stand up for, you know, you've got questions, and that's okay.
I'm not standing, but here's the thing: I'm not standing up for shit because I don't care if he did it or not. I'm trying to make sense of it, like you guys. I'm just not, you know, I'm not going to pretend. I'm going to ask questions that, you know, I might come off a little aggressive, but it's just, I just want to, you know.
Gosh,
I don't know.
if we don't know you
Willie's
by now,
just
Willie,
just more bold. Willie's just more
Willie's
bold.
very passionate and a very excitable young man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't care if people think or care. I
for
don't
the
care.
truth, but Willie, if we don't know you by now, we never will.
Yeah, like I said, yeah. I mean, it's funny how many people are still like, "Oh my god, like what the hell is your first rodeo?" Jesus. I mean, I don't. Like I said, I have not. If you can anybody tell me one other person I blamed other than Brian Kohlberger? No, because I haven't gone on that tangent. I'm sticking with what they're telling us and what I'm looking at, and I'm just trying to piece it together. It's just not fitting.
That's like people trying to say they're trying to say that Dylan and Bethany is involved in it. I don't think either one of them involved it. I don't know why, y'all. Give me a second. Something is.
I mean, I don't think that they're physically capable. Like, I don't think Dylan, in my opinion, is physically capable of overpowering a 6'4" guy, which was
Let-
Ethan, with a knife.
Let
So I
me
don't think,
put this,
I think that's crazy.
Willie.
Lady V.
Hold
V.
on. Let me put this in a way for people to understand you, Willie. The dude's Greek, okay?
Hell, Malaka, right? Relax, right? I mean, everybody's seen Big Fat Greek Wedding.
Yes, right.
You know,
Yes, right.
you know how it is. We
Nice
break
one.
plates, we yell.
He's just, it's like my husband's Dutch. There's just some things that they're going to get passionate about. And when they
Yeah.
do, they're
very passionate.
That's how I am.
Exactly. You're Italian.
Oh, God.
Exactly.
Oh my god.
That's what my friend
It.
my friend is Greek, and my friend Ryan is Greek and Italian.
Yes,
Oh,
yeah, but
Lord.
you know, it's Greeks
Yeah.
now. You know, like when I was little, I thought my family was fighting all the time, but they were just talking. You know,
Yeah.
I was ready for fist fights. That happened
Well,
every
see, yeah,
family
that's
occasion.
how I grew up too. It's like,
You
that's
know,
why
it's
it
just,
doesn't bother me. Hi, Harbinger. Rainbow.
because, like I said, if we talk about another case, I'll be just as passionate about it. It has nothing to do with because I kind of knew this son of a bitch. I don't care. If he did it, shoot him. Like if he didn't, let him out. It is what it is.
Just point.
Riddler, thank you for gifting that membership. That was very nice of you. And then thank you so much for being a member for 7 months. And Willie Riddler says, for Willie, roll tide.
Baby.
Roll tide, roll.
That's right.
NorCal,
Really, you see my picture? That's
Willie.
the real Big Al.
NorCal, I don't know if you have any other names or not. I was just joking.
Wait,
Big Al walking his bitch.
I only have 20 jillion different accounts, so.
Oh.
Oh, I said a while ago, I haven't seen him anywhere not under that name. He's like, what other names would I have?
Yeah, I haven't seen him in a while.
Be like some of us that have 25 names.
I know.
It's been a couple of months at least since I've seen him anywhere.
Who?
NorCal Jim. He's a very cool guy.
Yeah?
Yep, he is.
He used to come up on panel with me all the time.
Yeah, he did.
Willie, I like Alabama. I just don't like their coach.
And tell me why, because he wins.
I just think he's a little over the top.
He's like the most monotone person in the world, right?
Yeah.
So what the hell do you want to do? Scream?
I don't know.
Oh my god!
Listen,
I know
people hate him because they win. It's okay. I understand.
No, I don't hate him because he wins, because I like the team.
Yeah. I'm not saying you. I'm just saying nobody likes Nick Saban, but I understand because I wouldn't like him either.
Yeah, I think you're supposed to like him.
So I get it. Trust me. They could put my mother as the Auburn coach tomorrow, and she'd be my ex, like she'd be my nemesis. Period.
Right.
So.
That's just.
I understand.
That's just mean, Willie.
That's your mama. Listen, it's college football. There's no listen.
She's the whole reason you're on the face of this earth.
Oh Jesus! All right, I'll use my dad or I'll use my uncle or aunt. Relax, don't be so son. Just kidding.
Okay, y'all. It's gonna take me forever to find this one damn document.
But I like everybody else. Like I don't mind. Like Georgia hates us. I mean, everybody hates us, but I don't mind anybody but Auburn. I can't. I'm not allowed to like Auburn. That's the problem. So it just is what it is.
Kind of like I have to like the Broncos.
Yeah. We're just born into it. I was born into this shit. I didn't ask for this.
Yeah, I was born into I was actually born into the Huskers, but
you have your own mind. You can pick your own team.
All right, y'all. If y'all have not hit the thumbs up, please do so. Shows now we have 130 in here with 92 likes. Yeah, I am desperately trying to find
I have to like the Huskers, and I have to say I love the Huskers, just not their football team.
No, they're ass.
Now their volleyball, on the other hand, let's talk.
Yeah. We know, Sally. Relax.
Hi, Sunset.
Yeah, the Huskers are ass. Booty cheeks. Listen,
No, my
Ew.
volume is like
Eh?
messing up for some reason. What the hell is wrong
college is
tonight?
starting to get like the pros though, because they're starting to pay the kids millions of dollars. So I don't agree with that. They were good enough with just getting scholarships. I don't agree with paying them millions of dollars before they're 20 years old.
Okay,
That's
y'all, I
crazy.
can't find it. We're just gonna have to move on, and maybe while we're chatting, I can continue looking or whatever. Because this is, I know that it's somewhere in there about the 3 DNAs and how it's worded,
Mhm.
and that's what I was wanting to read. Is like the verbatim of it, how it's.
Now, who put that out? The defense?
Yeah, the defense is the one that put it out. They're the ones that brought up about the 3 unidentified DNA sources that was found. And there was 2 different documents that came out close to the same time. Anne had put one out, and Jay Logston had put the other one out. And it was around the time whenever it was said about that there was the victim's DNA was not in his car, house, apartment, office, and all that. It was around that same time the 2 documents were put out, and it's in one of those 2 documents. I just got, if I can find one, I can find the other one. I just got to try to find
What
it.
did Vapor say?
I don't know. For some reason, my YouTube chat, it keeps scrolling me way up in the chat, and I have to scroll all the way back down.
The way
to the
down.
bottom. I don't know why it keeps doing that. It keeps jumping off the live chat. I don't know what's up with the time. I guess it's all just glitchy. And I hate whenever I know something is somewhere. It just takes a
And
little
you
time
can't find it?
and I can't find it, but I know that it's on this list because I've went back to it several different times. And I know one, I believe, is an objection. And I forgot what the other one is. If I can find the objection one, then I can find the other one. But they put, I didn't realize, because usually I just scroll through the list of all the court documents and go to the very bottom. I didn't realize, now that I'm looking through these, how many documents have actually been put on here for Brian Kohlberger's case. It's like a lot. I'll eventually find it though. But I wanted to read that one part though of how it was, how the defense had put it verbatim. Hold on, y'all. I gotta answer a text back real quick. Oh my god. I can still hear an echo. Can y'all still hear that?
Yeah. It's not me.
Is it me?
I can't tell where it's coming from because I don't hear it all the time.
It's probably you.
And it doesn't, remember how the other night, JC,
I'm
would
muted.
you up here whenever it was doing it, it was just do it every now and then?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's what it's doing tonight. Okay, Avery and Marsville said it's like a very faint echo that I can hear. All right.
Could possibly be Betty Jo though.
No, she's
It's
always
not me.
muted.
I'm muted.
Yeah, she stays muted if she's not talking.
Yeah, but when she went unmuted, I heard a little bit of an echo.
Betty Jo, unmute again.
Willie, you bumped your head.
Okay, so do y'all hear it now that she's not muted? See, I don't hear it.
No, I haven't heard it in like a minute or two. I think it was what's her name.
Okay, so wait. Margaret said if Ellie didn't get all roommates and Ethan's cell phones to download info, wait, shit, my chat. Whatever. 72
I know,
hours.
it's going real fast.
I need to slow it down again. Let me slow it down again. But it keeps wanting to jump back up for some reason. I don't understand why it's going to do that. Me and the chat's going to like tonight. You don't.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Yeah, the reason I stayed
Harbinger
muted.
is wondering if Ethan could have been the target.
Who?
Ethan.
Mhm.
I mean, some people could take it like that because it was said that when Ethan and Xana were over at the frat party, that Ethan had gotten into it with someone, and Xana had to get in the middle of it and kind of break it up. So, hey, Candy Girl, how are you? I can see people thinking that he could be. A lot of people, though, think that it's Maddie.
I think it's Matt. I mean, I think it's Maddie, but who knows? Because the problem I have with the whole thing is we don't know the motive and we don't know the connection.
Yeah, and as far as the motive, we'll never know what that was.
But it's hard. I don't know. It's hard to piece it together when there's no motive or connection.
It's very hard.
How did he? I don't know. You would think like if people keep saying, "Oh, he got fired," Okay, then why didn't he take it out on his professor or somebody, one of his classmates, somebody he teaches or whatever, somebody that I don't know.
Yeah,
But
we just have to.
This is a random house, random people, random time for a random reason. I just
and a random wannabe serial killer.
Yeah.
But if it's man.
We will never know until trial.
One-legged ninja.
And that's
again, regardless of whatever else they have or whatever. I still want to know how you guys are piecing together that timeline in your heads with 413, 417, and 420.
I'm not Willie.
That's in the PCA.
Willie, let me let you in on a secret. I'm not.
I'm not either.
Ain't nobody.
I'm not.
Well, then what the hell is going on?
I'm waiting till trial to see what all comes out.
I'm waiting till trial
exactly.
to see if we can piece it together. It's mind blowing that they changed it.
What we're trying to do now is put together a jigsaw puzzle with only half the pieces.
It's
well, that's what I mean. Can they change their? Can they be like, well, listen, we're going to go back to the between 3 and 4 story that we had.
They can expand it.
Can they? Because then that changes everything.
Yep.
I agree.
Like, it's kind of like a snowball effect if you change one little thing. Like if you don't put dough in there, it takes everything away. If you don't do this, I don't know.
Where was Bethany? That is the
Downstairs.
big question. Where's Bethany?
Well, it was said that she was at the Sigma Chi house at the party.
That's me. If she was downstairs and awake, she didn't hear anything above her head either.
Somebody said that they were both asleep.
Well, it was said in the beginning. Well, to begin with, it was never said that Bethany was at the frat party where Ethan and Xana were. Then when the PCA came out, that's where it said that she was at. But it also said that she returned home at 1:30, her and Dylan, but she seen Ethan and Xana at the Sigma Chi house at 1:45. How?
Then they changed the timeline from 3 to 4 to 4 to 5 or 4 to 4:30, and then now they're saying it happened between 4:06 and 4:18.
Yeah.
Well, 4 and 4:20 is how they have it. Or, no, I'm sorry, not 4:20, 4:25 is how they have it listed.
Yeah.
Right.
In the PCA, based off of Dylan and Bethany's downloads from their phone.
So he's a magician. That's
he's Houdini. He's Houdini.
Yeah, so that's what everybody's hanging him with right now until trial. Nice, cool. I'll sit over here in my little.
I think though, whenever the trial starts and we get into it, I think this
it's
timeline. I think the timeline will come. There will be more to it.
Yeah, because right now
we're seeing.
Yeah.
I don't care if you show me the Long Island dude's PCA. I'll hang his ass right now. You're showing me a PCA that makes no sense. Not
Willie,
whatever.
You can't base each PCA off of each other, though.
I don't care what I don't have to base it off of. I'm basing off of what they said, and what they said makes no sense, Betty.
Yep. Listen, New York is so used to writing PCAs.
Oh God, they probably write
daily basis.
Multiple ones every single day.
I
So
don't know.
now,
Should take a class
wait a
then.
minute. Whoa.
I don't know what that has to do with getting information correct, but okay.
Willie, I 100% agree. Like, it shouldn't be.
Who said they got information wrong? We
Huh?
don't know. With the New York one, it had more to it because it had more people to it.
So that's what I said. That's what I said. If we're going to go with that, he's a magician. Whatever. It is what it is. I mean,
there was more than 4 people in the Long Island.
Yeah, I didn't even read the Long Island one.
No, I didn't either. But there was more people that were taken out of the world than the 4 students.
Okay.
How
I don't know
many
what that has to
total
do with
was in
anything.
the Long Island one? How many total victims was it with his?
Yeah.
I think
I
the count was like 6 or 8.
Okay.
but they only have like 4 for sure.
For sure, right? Yeah, they only have 4 that they identified.
And I listened to
The 4 and 4.
I didn't read it, but I did listen to the PCA.
Oh boy.
But see, you got to also understand, Willie, New York is a bigger state.
Yeah, they write them things multiple times a
bigger
day. So
crime rate. A bigger. There's murders happening in New York every day.
Whereas Moscow
I know I'm
PD
right because
doesn't
I live around
have.
there.
Okay.
Moscow PD doesn't have the same experience when it comes to a
That's what
homicide.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Is
what a
I mean,
lot of
obviously they're used to having one every other day.
It shouldn't be based on experience. It should be based on, like, I don't know. It doesn't matter if you are experienced or not. It should just be. The problem is the PCA is too much information.
That's why I said there's too much information. It doesn't say it doesn't tell me anything. Exactly.
Some say it is and some say it ain't.
I think it's too much information because look at all the shit that it's caused a bunch of people to be able to debate and discuss and get in arguments and fight.
I think it's more the lack of information in it that's caused that.
Yes, I agree.
It's either one or the two.
Yeah.
And I think it's that
I just don't know what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to believe the PCA 100%, or I'm not supposed to believe it. I don't know.
Okay, hold on. How many murders has Moscow had throughout the years?
You tell me.
I mean, honestly, they're
Not
claiming
as many as New
none.
York.
They're claiming none since 2015.
But what does that?
Because
what
New
does that
York
have to do?
Because he's saying that New York's PCA is different than Moscow's. Of course it is. New York has a murder every day.
It's probably more accurate.
Yeah, there's 18 pages of more information is all I'm saying. I mean, we have 18 pages of what? We can't even hang them with 18 pages of the PCA. Really? I could hang that Long Island dude with 1.
Well, whenever this goes to trial, everything in that PCA will be brought up.
I understand. I know. I'm just saying right now, I can't hang them based on what.
No, I get it right now. There's a lot of people right now just based off of what we know. And yes, there is probably a lot of stuff that we haven't heard. They haven't put out to the public because of the gag order. There are a lot of people right now, in their opinion, if they were sitting on the jury, they could not convict him based off of what they know right now.
I couldn't
either. Not based off of what I know. Now, when this goes to trial, the state lays out the evidence and we hear everything and we actually get to see it and hear our own selves and not have to rely on what the media puts out to the public. Then,
and everybody else's opinion.
Right. We would be able to make our own opinion because we got to hear it for our own selves and see it all. And it could be completely different. Some people can. I see people in chat right now saying that based off of what they know right now, they could convict him. And that's fine. That's everybody, I feel, is entitled to their own opinion. And I respect everybody's opinion, whether I agree with it or not, or whether they agree with mine.
Right. Exactly.
Because honestly, like I've said 1,000 times, if everybody agreed, the world would be boring.
Bet what? Oh, yeah, no, yeah. She's losing her shit down there.
Okay.
I can't even keep my damn chat
I don't
straight.
see her going nuts.
Well,
I mean, it's just the fact that everybody's going to have a different opinion from other people, and nobody has to agree on everything.
Agree to be boring.
It would be super boring. This world would be.
Why do we keep
But
having to? I don't understand.
Absolutely.
Why do we keep having to say the same damn thing? Everything we just said in the last 10, 20 seconds. Why do we keep having to say that? Who, like, people
What do
just
you
keep
mean?
getting offended or something?
No, nobody's getting offended. I'm just putting it out there because there are some new people in chat tonight that everybody's
Oh, okay.
opinion is welcome here. And whether we agree or not, I respect everybody's opinion. And nobody, if they have a different opinion from mine or mine is different from theirs, nobody should try to push their opinion on somebody else to try to make them change their mind. You should
Well, I mean,
always respect somebody's opinion.
Yeah, but if they have an opinion that, you know, has information in it that you don't know, that could, you know, you could take it and you maybe use it towards your opinion. I think that's valuable, like we're doing right now.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think, but to like get angry at each other and whatever, I think that's stupid. But it's happening with this case. Everywhere, it's happening with this case.
Right. But that's with any case, though. It's not just this one.
Oh, well, yeah. I guess,
It's just
I'm saying the bigger
with
cases.
like with Kylie Rodney, there was a lot of issues that got started with that case between people. Summer Wells, look at the drama that started in that case.
Still,
people,
still.
Oh yeah, because
You
I
were saying something?
followed Summer Wells' case. Too
I
much
mean, it's-
drama. I left.
Right. It's not just this case; it's every case that does that.
Yeah. So what case were people really losing their shit? Like, is there one specific where it was?
Kylie
It's
Rodney.
just,
A
yeah.
lot of people.
Yeah,
are probably-
Kylie was bad.
They
Okay,
should
I'm
be still losing their shit.
I'm still hearing an echo.
Yeah.
I'm muted
How are you
Could be
muted?
me.
You just spoke.
because I unmuted to tell her that. Thank you.
Really, you just like fucking with Betty Jo, don't you?
Yes, he does.
Guys,
he
I
likes
just want
messing
to
with
let
me.
you know when we're arguing back and forth up here, we're arguing facts. We're not upset with
we're
each
not.
other. We do like to pick on each other though,
Oh,
so
yeah.
Oh, for sure. It wouldn't
we're
be
not
fun if we
mad at
didn't.
each other at all.
Well,
Oh,
I think a healthy debate is good.
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean,
Oh,
because
yeah.
you learn. Listen, I've debated both, and I've learned a lot. And I'm the echo. Hold on one second.
I told you.
But I can never tell where it's coming from. It's crazy.
Is that better?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't hear it now.
Okay. It's when I'm in chat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I don't know. I've learned a lot from both sides, and that's why I am waiting till trial. I mean, because I'm hooked on this, but then I'm hooked on that. Like, I see where people think that he did it. I see where people think he didn't do it. And I'm
Yep.
not gonna, and it's not that I can't make up my own mind. It's that I'm open-minded and I want to get it right. And I keep saying that. I want them to get it right.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's absolutely just it's just nightmarish to me. That's the only way I can still explain it.
Okay,
Almost a
hold
year
on,
later.
JC. Don't put your thing on mute. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna try something.
Okay.
Are y'all still hearing our echo now?
No.
No.
Okay.
Say something.
Oh, wait, I just heard.
Is that better?
I heard it.
Yep. Doesn't that go?
JC, if you've got another screen open to do the chat on, just mute it and just have the StreamYard volume on.
I canceled her or turned on her echo cancellation, but it's still.
Is that better?
I heard it just a little bit. It's not as loud as what it was. God, my chat. No, I'm just completely exit out of YouTube chat right now.
Nevertheless, though, it's been a learning experience.
Yeah.
For everybody.
Right.
Yeah.
It's been an awful experience, but it's been a learning experience.
I'm just still waiting for somebody to give me a run for my money as far as, you know, telling me why they think he 100% did it. But
I mean, honestly, the best
They
thing to
can't.
do is wait for the trial.
Yeah,
I'm
there's
I'm
no
not
way
saying anybody. I'm
anybody
saying
can do
somebody that's
that.
not. I'm saying that somebody that's like not in the middle. That's on this, crazy kick.
But there's no
I've
way
spoken to a lot of
anybody
people.
can do that. There's no way anybody can do that
They
if
can't.
they are just no, because we don't have all the facts.
Exactly. I'm just saying I'm just saying the facts right now. You can make an argument for 2 or 3 other suspects, so it's hard to make an argument right now for he's guilty. I can make more of an argument for he's not guilty, where it shouldn't be like that. That's why this case is a shit show, in my opinion.
Absolutely.
But whatever.
And it was the thing is though, is it was going to be a shit show from the get go, anyways, because of the amount of victims, the way it was done.
I guess. I mean, I don't know how a coroner gets everything she says wrong like that, but it started out terrible.
She just wanted her 15 minutes. She doesn't know squat.
Yeah, but all that can come back and bite this whole case in the ass, is what I'm saying. That's what upsets me.
You're 100% correct.
That's why she should have kept her mouth shut.
I'd have fired her right on the spot.
Yeah, I don't think she should have come out and spoke.
Because that's giving crucial information.
Well, and it's not her place to give that. It's not her place at all to give any of that information. You can't say anything for sure until they've had their autopsies done. I mean, she's standing right there talking about it before anything's even done. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think honestly,
like I just can't wait till this case is like the trial starts.
Oh, God.
honestly, every trial I've ever been around is a learning experience. Every single one of them, because every single one of them is different.
Mm-hmm.
No, she's not. She's not.
Is anyone else in
She's
chat
a
having
coroner.
an issue with their chat scrolling all the way up?
Well,
Yeah, mine does doing it every once in a while.
God, I don't know why mine keeps doing that. It won't sit still for some
okay,
reason.
watch your mouth or come up here. One or the other. I'm sick of it. I've had it. Nobody
About
else is
what?
going to say anything to you. I'll say something to you.
Hey, you go.
Yeah, but we ain't doing all this tonight, y'all. Seriously.
For real, man. Like, we're just having a conversation up here. Jesus. You know, I don't
Everybody
know every case.
is-
I've been in true crime for 1 year. I can tell you right now, I'm not a true crime expert. I'm not. I haven't seen the 1,000 other cases you guys have. I'm still new to this. But
Like I said, everybody's
I'm trying.
entitled to their opinions
you know, I
without
don't know.
having to be disrespectful to other people and their opinions.
Sick of it.
Harley, I
But
am
anyway.
too. Like, I'm literally ready
I mean, we spoke
For
about it,
this-
so it's just weird that nobody,
for the evidence.
people entice it rather than just say something about it. It's just odd that, different people treat different. I don't know, whatever. I wouldn't have saw it if I didn't scroll up. I wish somebody said, scroll your chat up. So, but yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't know 100% about true crime. I'm not a attorney or law enforcement agent, just like you guys.
Yeah, I mean,
But,
the longer you're in
Riddler,
it, you'll
you've told me a lot of cases to look at. Lady has told me, Betty's told me, Riddler's told me, and I've learned a lot from what I've seen so far. So there's that. I'm open-minded to other cases.
Yeah, I'm ready for this one, honestly, to be over with.
Yeah, this is. I
I'm
think
ready
this
for
is like.
Boone's to start. I want to
What?
see her. I'm ready for
Who?
Boone's to start. Sarah
Oh,
Boone.
Sarah.
Oh, it was
Oh,
supposed
me
to
my
start.
love.
It was
I
supposed to
can't
start
wait.
the 11th of this month, and now it's been pushed to 2024.
That's my love.
I can't.
Ooh, Sarah Boone.
Yeah.
Was it supposed to start the 11th or the 17th?
She had a damn
It
mind.
was supposed to start December the 11th, and she's now gotten a new attorney. And sometime in January, they're having pre-trial stuff going on. So her trial will be after that.
They might as well just lock her up. As many attorneys she's been through.
Well, I read an article where it said that she's like on her 4th attorney right now, and I was thinking, no, wait, I thought this was like her 7th or 8th.
Yeah.
It is.
It is about her 7th or 8th.
It's just that's.
They should just throw away the key.
I'm looking for another Letitia, honestly.
Really?
Yeah, I think that's how she's gonna end up, or maybe
she's
worse.
Oh,
Yeah. Hey, Ashes.
no.
Yeah, I think she's gonna act about like Letitia did, or worse.
Oh,
during her trial.
Yeah,
no.
I agree. That's going to be a crazy trial.
I mean, because I didn't really like. I kept up with a little bit of what happened. I kind of know the basics of that case, but just stuff that I've heard, all the letters that she's wrote to the judge, the amount of attorneys that she's went through. I'm ready for that trial too, just because.
I think
I
she's
wish
on
to
a
God she was representing herself. Oh, I'd give anything.
Wouldn't get through the trial. She wouldn't make it. I don't think.
No,
I really don't think she would make it. I think she would fire herself about 11 times before she got like to the 3rd week.
I think she's crazier than all of them. All the
If she
ones that you
defended
guys hate.
herself?
Yeah.
Yes.
She might
That's
as
how
well
crazy
just
she is.
defend herself.
I mean, I don't understand why she wouldn't, but
I mean, she can't keep an attorney. She can't get along with him.
no.
Yeah, she can't get along with herself.
That's what I'm saying. She would, if she was to
All them
represent
damn letters
herself,
she likes to write to the judge.
she would
How many
fire
people? KK
herself.
asks how many people on panel think Boone's innocent.
Oh, I think she's guilty for sure.
She videotaped it.
Exactly.
She is
There's actual evidence.
100%.
Yeah, she's.
I don't have to wait till trial for that one.
I don't get why though she keeps. What is the point of her in the letters to the judge? Is it always about her attorneys that she has?
I think she's just bored.
She's mad.
I'd be writing letters too. Shit. I don't know. I think she's just crazy. Like I said, she scares me more than all of them.
Who's the one in jail who tried to talk into her toilet? That had to be Letitia.
Well, that's how
Or
you
Lori. Lori or
well, that's how they
Letitia.
communicate.
Probably Lori.
I was gonna say probably Lori.
Lori would just have her portal. That she would have.
That's how they communicate, though, through the.
Yeah, that I have seen that on one of those jail shows that they've had on before. That they do that. They do the paper
is
under the
true,
doors.
Yeah, and they
Yeah,
also
it is
flush
true.
shit to each other and stuff too. It's weird.
Right. Yep. I've seen that.
They go fishing or whatever. Weird
Yep.
shit.
I
Like I
don't
said,
know.
if you have all the time in the world, I guess. I mean, and your only shot is to, you're the judge. I'd write letters, but if she's writing stupid stuff, then that's her own problem.
But she don't have family to write letters to?
I don't think family wants to hear from her.
Oh, really?
I mean, I don't know. Listen, she's as scary as she convinced somebody to get in a suitcase. So could you imagine, like, how much she connives her family?
Oh my
Think about
God.
that. I don't know. Keep her the hell away from me.
I don't know. I think she knocked him
She
out. and
really
put him in the
convinced him
suitcase.
to get in the suitcase?
They
How
were
the hell
playing
do you
hide
think he
and
got in
seek.
there?
Yeah, they were playing hide and seek. I don't
But
know what
you don't
adults
know
play
about
hide
the
and
case?
seek, but
But
He was in there. He was in there talking to her.
You don't know
Like-
about the case, JC?
yeah, I do.
She put
I
his
didn't know-
ass in there.
I didn't
Then
know
did
that she
video it.
convinced him to get in there.
Well,
They were
she
playing hide
either
and seek.
convinced
Yeah,
him
they
or
were-
or she knocked him out and put him in there. One of the two.
Yeah, but he was talking though. He was like, "Yo, I can't breathe. Let me out."
Yeah.
and then
No,
that's
I
when
know,
she
but
was
she could have knocked him
taunting him at that point.
Right. She
Yeah.
could have knocked him out, put him in there, and he woke up. I'm just saying, we don't know how he got in the suitcase, but either he got in there of his own free will or she knocked him out and put him in there.
What I do know is there's a video of her sitting there drinking wine, videoing him in the suitcase and saying, like, good
All
for you,
kinds
whatever the hell
of
she's
stuff.
saying.
Maybe you should wiggle around.
What'd she say?
Maybe you should
Maybe
wiggle
you should
around.
Wiggle
wiggle
around.
around. I can't breathe. Maybe you
Here, I
should
get the
let
baby
me
to say it.
out.
She can say it.
That's my
Hold on.
biggest fear
So
now.
she was literally talking to him. He
Yeah.
said, "Let me out," and she went upstairs and went to sleep.
He's like, I can't breathe. She said, that's what happens whenever you cheat on me.
Yeah, she was taunting him on that
Oh
video.
my god!
And she handed it over to the cops. And she's like, "Here's my phone. There's nothing on here."
Yeah.
I'm like, "What's this?" That is insanity.
Yeah.
Oh man.
She incriminated herself.
Yes.
You know what the crazy thing is? She would rather not admit that she was shit faced than to admit that she was. It's like, no, I wasn't that, but I didn't kill him. But it wasn't not intentional.
Well, that's
Not
worse than
intentional.
saying. That's
But
worse
she
than.
wouldn't. She could
She
have
thought she
said,
was going
"Yeah,
home
I
that
was
night.
drunker than shit, man, and I forgot that he was in there." But no, I wasn't drunk at all. I just went upstairs and fell asleep. But
On accident. I fell
I
asleep on
mean,
accident.
but
I
it's
She's like,
not
"I
didn't
thought
a
he
even
could
big
get
fall
deal
out."
for
asleep.
her. And she thought she was gonna walk out of there because she was like, don't you know I'm never gonna have a drink again? It's bad enough I have to live with this the rest of my life. I think that's enough. I mean, she was shocked as hell
You
whenever
know what's
they.
messed up, and it's the
Oh,
truth, because she would spin the whole story. Is if he got out of that suitcase and he like beat the shit out of her, she would spin the whole thing,
Oh
and he'd be in
yeah,
jail.
definitely.
She's like I said, she's a scare.
She is scary.
hi.
Hello.
Hi,
Hi.
sweetheart.
Something excited her, didn't it?
Yeah, it was Willie when he said hello.
uh,
Hold on. Yeah, I'm just sending a text
yeah,
message.
she's screwed. I mean, I don't know why she's not playing. She's not going to convince anybody she didn't do it.
I wonder though if whenever her trial starts, are they going to show like these letters that she was writing, or some of them?
I'm sure the stuff that incriminates her or whatever.
Like, I want to be nosy. I want to know what the letters say.
Well, are the letters out there for everybody to see, or no? Like, do people know what are in
Yeah, a
those
lot of
letters?
them
I
are. A
don't.
lot
Yeah,
of them
I've
for the
seen one of
judge
them.
are.
Oh, they are.
Yeah, they are.
Oh, see, I got to go snooping tonight. I didn't know that they were out.
Who's
It's
out?
just ranting about the judge, the system, and
The
way
letters.
Oh, yeah, they're out.
Okay, so Glowbug says, Scarlett, all the letters are public. See, I didn't know that. I'm gonna have to go find these letters because I want to see
I thought you
what it
knew
is
that, or
she.
I would have told you that.
No, I thought she was just writing them to the judge, and then they were just. I'm pretty sure the judge is probably like, "Oh my God, there's another letter from Sarah Boone," and just kind of like throws it over his shoulder and
Yeah.
doesn't even pay any attention to it.
Let's see how many times I can hit the trash can with it.
You know, I didn't know because I mean, this is a case that I haven't followed like I have Idaho 4 and Kylie Rodney and all them. I just kind of know what I see on the go is searching for other stuff. I didn't know that the letters were out to the public. Damn, I'm gonna have to go. I want to know what they say. I don't have to read all of them. I just like just.
She sounds crazy in there too, but they go on and
Like,
on and
yeah, just
on.
Yeah, she's
paragraph
nuts.
would be a case.
Well, I mean, that was like in the video, you know, when she's outside of her apartment building whenever all this happened, and she kept saying, "I need water. I need water." It was just like a broken record. I need water. You know, and she kept something else about her phone, but I forgot what it was. But it was like repetitive behavior.
And she wanted a cigarette.
It was just over and over and over. So I can just imagine what the letters are going to be like.
Yeah, she had to smoke her cigarettes while she could, because in jail they don't let you do that.
That could be the reason why she's crazier than what she was to begin with.
That's why I can never do anything wrong, because I gotta have my cigarettes.
Yeah, I'm with you there, Betty. Betty Joe. So
I heard
you were
someone.
flirting
I
with
heard.
her granddaughter, huh?
Thank you, everybody, for
I
saying my
heard.
granddaughter's adorable. Thank you.
Oh,
She is
did sound
adorable.
adorable. I heard somebody the other day say that because they asked, it was, I don't know who it was, but they were like talking, like, I don't know, but it was on YouTube, and they were like having like a little like live session like beforehand or whatever. And he asked him, he goes, the one guy asked the other guy, he's like, so BK, innocent or guilty? And the guy goes, 1000% guilty. But I think he was asking him like in that state. Like he said there's no way that that state is going to find him innocent. I don't know if he thought that he was guilty, but he said 1000% he's going to be found guilty. And I'm like, whoa, like that's a big move.
Yeah, and the thing of it is I don't understand. I completely do not understand why she hasn't moved it out of that town.
I wonder if she's waiting to do that for a last minute thing.
No, I think she would have done that by now. She would have done
I wonder if she's
requested
holding
it.
out for it.
I mean,
know
I
exactly.
would have done it in the early
At the very
stages,
at
but
the very
yeah.
beginning.
I
And
mean,
I
it's
just wouldn't want
possible
to.
she's waiting, but I'd have
And
done it
like
early stages.
I said, I don't want to be judge.
Hold on, I'm trying to write something down real quick.
I would never. However, I would never want to be Ann Taylor either. Because
You know the thing with
these
Judge
defense attorneys,
though.
I don't know how they live. Some of them I don't know how they live with themselves.
Harley Ryder, I collect alternative reborn, so I'm with you on there. Hey, I don't
Excuse me.
Judge though, I honestly believe he'll get as fair as trial as Judge can make it.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. He seems like he's a fair kind of judge.
Yeah, he really does.
Yeah, 'cause you can get some judges that you just will look at and you're like, I don't like him. And he kind of upset me in the very beginning whenever he mispronounced the victims' names.
Oh, yeah.
But he did come back and apologize for that.
Yeah.
And he kind of gave an explanation of what was going on that morning. And he did apologize to the families for doing that, which I thought was good of him to do, because a lot of times a judge could have done that, or just anybody in a courtroom, whether it's a judge, attorney, or whatever, and they wouldn't come back and apologize for it. They would just keep rolling with it. So him apologizing, showed a lot of who he was. Hold on just a second, y'all.
I agree.
Okay, I'm back. I've got sticky notes all inside my binder now. Okay. All right. Have any of y'all read over the? I'm just gonna shift cases here real quick. Has anybody read over the Jeremy Best stuff?
Scarlett,
Uh-huh.
Dr. McKay wants to join the panel, please.
Okay, hold on. Let me get the link. Okay. All right. The link is in the chat.
I visited his channel for a few minutes last night.
Did you?
I did. I went in long enough to give him a like and tell him hi.
Oh, that
He
was
was
cool.
ready to karaoke.
Oh, so he was live.
Yeah, he was live.
Okay, hold on. Let me answer this back real quick. Okay, I'm literally y'all trying to do like 4 things at one time.
The cat's about to get beat.
You coming up, Doc?
He said he saw you, Lady D. Betty Joe, don't mess with that baby.
No, the cat. The cat won't leave the tree alone.
I know, but see, you're always telling me about mine. You messing with that baby?
I'll let the baby handle him.
Oh Lord.
Oh, she loves that kitten.
Okay, let me see. Now, I do want to clarify one thing real quick, and I even put this in my Discord. I can't remember if it was last night or the time before that I was live. I had said in the Jeremy Best case, which is baby Zeke, the 10-month-old little boy who passed away when his dad uh, unalived his mom who was pregnant, and I believe the PCA says she's like 7 months pregnant. I had said that he had shot her in the back, which was what an article had said. Come to find out, he had shot her in the chest 3 times, and there was exit wounds in the back.
Is this the one? Is this the one where the kid killed his parent?
No, it's
No,
where
no.
the 10-month-old baby.
Yeah, this is also happened in Idaho,
Oh,
and like close to Idaho Falls. And okay, so earlier that day, the dad Jeremy went into a convenience store naked, and
What?
yes,
What?
he was.
Oh my god!
I didn't hear that part.
He was completely naked, and he's.
Can you say that word again, Scarlett?
Naked.
Naked.
I have to tell you this.
I do the same thing, Scarlett. I'm sorry for you.
I love your accent to pieces. I love when you say that and missing.
Missing?
Yeah, you're like she went missing. Like you just
Oh,
totally have you just
it's a
have that
southern.
southern accent that I just absolutely adore and love so much. Reminds it because I have cousins in Texas and they talk the same way and I'm just like, "Oh my god, I love you."
I've never paid any attention to how I say it.
Oh my
They're
gosh.
like, it's not naked.
Naked.
It's not naked like he has a neck his neck. It's
No, he
naked with an
No.
A.
was
Naked.
naked.
And I
Naked.
always say naked.
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 Well,
I love it.
anyway, so he goes into the
Listen.
store with no clothes on. Okay, he's seen on
No clothes
the the suit has no clothes on. And Doc,
Okay.
how are you?
I hate when that happens. I'm good, thank you. Real quick, Willie, JC,
You're-
Betty Joe, Lady, Eva, and Doc. Oh, that's me. Hi, guys, girls, ladies.
Hello.
Thank you for joining us tonight.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
Unclothed.
And thank you for coming by. Who was it?
That was
Lady
me.
V.
Lady V.
Betty? I'm sorry.
No, Lady
No.
V.
Oh, Lady
Me.
V. You know, I was over on another tab, and I didn't see you come in. And then when I came back, you were there and gone. And I went, oh,
Well,
missed
I
it.
was about to pass out because I had to go to the hospital this morning for a surgery thing from my mom. So,
Gotcha.
but
So-
I saw you live, so I wanted.
Oh,
to
I was going to ask, did you actually see me, or
I heard
was I
you.
frozen?
Let me say this. I
Yeah.
heard you live,
Oh, okay. Well, you didn't miss anything.
and I think the song you were getting ready to sing was "The Great Pretender."
Oh my gosh, somebody requested that.
Yep.
And I tried to sing it. I'd never sang that before in my life, but I know the song. But
It's a good
anyway.
song.
Go ahead, guys. Sorry to interrupt.
Okay, no, you're good. So, anyway,
Who were we talking about, Scarlett? I'm sorry.
Jeremy Best, baby
The Best.
Zeke's dad. So the day that he did this to the mama, he goes earlier that morning. I think it's like 11 something. He goes into the store. The store has to call police because he's in there with no clothes on. He's like propped up on the counter and he gets a cigarette and all this and that. So they escort him out. They take him to the hospital because they thought that there was some sort of mental health issue.
Did you
there.
say he was propped
No.
up on the counter?
Yeah, he was
he
like,
did.
like
I'm
lent over,
picturing-
like
I'm just
lent over on the
picturing-
counter, like where the cash register is.
Oh, nasty.
And
gotta-
Wow.
I'm done throw up.
So they take him to the hospital, and they because for mental health evaluation. Well, the hospital ends up releasing him.
Sorry, I'm laughing.
No, you're good. Um, he goes home later on that night. Uh, Callie, the wife, calls 911. Well, before 911 picks up, their services still record what's going on as soon as you call them. Like the whole thing is recorded. And before 911 answers, they can hear her screaming at him, saying his name, saying, "No, you've got a baby," this and that. And there's like, once they answer, there's like a big argument they can hear, but she never says anything to them. So it's basically what they call, I guess, a hang up call. Cops go out there on their way out to the address for the call. And as the cop is getting close to turn off on the road where they live at, he sees this black SUV come off the road, and he kind of gets like a partial look at the plate and all this and that. He goes onto the property, and there's like their house, and then there's a shop on each side of their house. And this Jeremy dude owned his own automotive business, and the vehicle that he was in earlier that day when he was at the store and was taken to the hospital was now at the house. And the cop goes and looks around. He can't find anybody. He goes across the street because the neighbor's outside, and the neighbor tells him, he hears arguing, and then he hears a couple of gunshots. Cop goes back across the road, and the neighbor also tells him about that they have a baby. Neighbor thinks about 7 to 8 months old, but baby Zeke was 10 months old. Cop goes back over there. He goes to look, and he comes across Callie, the mom. And she's on the ground. She doesn't have a shirt on. He gets to looking at her. She has she's been shot in her right area of her chest. And he tries to perform CPR on her and this and that. More cops show up. They go through the house because they're looking for the baby. They're looking for baby Zeke.
I'm sorry,
they don't know that he's gone.
What was up with her chest?
Where she had been shot in her chest.
Oh, okay.
In the right side of her chest 3 times.
Okay. Go ahead.
So they know that she had a baby because of what the neighbors had told them. They go in the house. They're looking for the baby. They can't find him. And they find a handgun and I think a Social Security card that was in the baby's room. So that's how they were able to get baby Zeke's information in order to put it out that the dad has him. And then, of course, we've all seen the missing person flyers, and this and that with baby Zeke and Jeremy and all this and that. Well, then hunters find him on the side of the road, asleep with no clothes on in a sleeping bag. And I'm pretty sure it was like freezing up there in Idaho because they've already had snow this year. And they haven't released baby Zeke's cause of death yet, but the guy has now been charged. At first they released it was 2 counts of second degree, but now it's 2 counts of first degree. One for the mom and one for the fetus.
Where was I'm sorry, the baby was in the sleeping bag?
No, the dad was.
Dad was. Where's the baby?
I have heard that he was found in the vehicle, that somehow the vehicle, I'm pretty sure the dad wrecked it. I don't know if he did it on purpose, accident or whatever, but apparently the vehicle exited the road and the baby was found in the vehicle. The dad's asleep on the ground in a sleeping bag.
So he gets out and gets in a sleeping bag and falls asleep.
The way they're putting it out there.
How gentle of him. I'm kidding.
Ruck, thank you so much for becoming a member and welcome to the family. But yeah, this dude obviously has some mental health issues. His attorney, he has Lori Vallow's attorney, Mr. Archibald. We all remember him listening to Lori Vallow's trial. He has him and another one, Malik or something like that. Mr. Archibald has requested that he have a competency evaluation done, and the judge agreed to it.
Right.
So I don't know when that's going to take place or whatever. We all know that there's no insanity plea in the state of Idaho. I'm pretty sure if he's found competent or not found competent, that will reflect on what his sentencing will be if convicted.
Gotcha.
It's a very sad case because like the mama was pregnant, her and that baby's gone, and now the 10-month-old baby Zeke is gone.
So everybody's gone.
And yes,
Is the
and
whole family?
the dad is in jail. Yes.
Except the dad, yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Miss Samir, how are you? Yeah, it's a very sad story.
Yeah.
I mean,
I was sorry about giggling at the beginning. I didn't know that was the story that you were leading up to. I just heard naked man on the counter and I thought, well, I've ran on those calls before.
yeah,
And
it
then I
was
realized it's a murder case.
right. Yeah, and all of
Okay.
that happened literally like that whole long story, except for when they found the baby and the dad and arrested the dad. All of it happened in one day, starting earlier that morning around 11 o'clock. I don't know how long he was at the hospital before they released him, but the hospital did put out a statement saying that they could not release any information. There are HIPAA laws for that, of what he was being treated for, diagnosis, or anything like that. So,
Yeah, I wonder what's up with being naked and being on psychiatric medications. Like I said, I've ran on those calls and they're always naked. I'm serious.
I mean,
When
he was in the court in Glowbug in chat, which is asking me if I watched the court video, which I didn't, but I was watching Nate Eaton on Twitter. He does a lot of the Idaho stories up there, and he was saying that when Jeremy appeared in court, like he didn't have a shirt on. He was very fidgety. He kept scratching his face. He kept running his hand through his hair.
yeah,
He was like making signs at the camera. uh, I don't know if the dude's faking it. I don't want to say that he's
right,
faking it
right.
because I don't know if he really has a mental
Never
health issue
know.
or not. It kind of
Right.
does sound like he does, that he might. I mean, the people who found him on the side of the road said that he kept mumbling stuff.
Mhm.
Um, but it could be a substance problem. It could be a mental health. It could be a combination of the two.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just it's unfortunate though that the mom who was 7 months pregnant and this
Yeah.
little 10-month-old baby had to
Yeah.
lose their life when he could have just walked away.
Right, right. Walked away naked instead of
Well, I mean, yeah, walking away naked would
walked
have
away
been better
naked.
than.
Well, on a just to
I was
bring
waiting
a
for
little
that one.
humor to the story,
You
but I
gotta
ran
have
on a
a little
call.
humor, man.
I ran on a call when a naked man was sweeping the porch of an elderly lady at 2:30 in the morning. God love him.
Oh
my
wow.
goodness.
Yeah, he didn't. The lady didn't even know who this man was, so she called 911, and he was out sweeping her porch in the back,
I'm just trying to make a buck.
butt naked.
Eric, thank you so much for that super sticker. That was really
He-
nice of you. Thank you.
He was steaming in the 2:30 in the morning cold 30-degree temperature when we got there. He literally was steaming. And there
So
it
was that case like a mental health
Oh
a
yeah.
case as
Yeah, he
well?
was off
Yeah.
he was off his psych meds.
He was in Wonderland at his
Oh.
on. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, at
He
least he
just-
was trying to do some good, I guess. and
Yeah, he
sweep
just,
this
I mean, he
lady's
felt
porch.
that the lady needed her porch swept. And,
Or
I mean,
something.
he didn't hurt anybody, though, right?
No. He
Well,
just
hopefully
was
it
there.
wasn't cold outside.
No, it was 30 degrees, 32.
Oh wow!
And he was steaming. His body
was
was
literally
steaming from
freezing.
his heat.
Oh, my God.
Damn.
That's why they take their clothes off. Drugs
Maybe.
overeat them.
Maybe that's why. I don't know.
Wow.
But yeah, it's only in EMS do you hear about those kind of stories.
Yeah. I mean, it's very sad. That's like the guy that we were talking about last night that his house exploded. And Eric, you're very welcome. It sounded like that there was a lot of mental health issues there as well.
I was watching that
and-
video. Yeah.
It's unfortunate that if that was what his wife and sister was trying to do, was get him help, that he didn't allow them to give him the help that he needed because, he thought that they were going to unalive him. And it was,
He must have been running the gas in his house the whole time or something.
well, they said that and he could have been he could have had the gas on before the cops
Yeah.
got there, but the fire chief did say that as soon as they got there, they cut the gas off. Now, I don't, and like I said earlier,
The whole
one
house
of
could be
the,
filled with it.
right,
Yeah, it would build up.
right,
One big bomb waiting to
Yep.
go off.
Do
exactly.
you
You
know
saw
how
it.
long
Oh
they
my
were out there
gosh.
talking to him?
I think that it was like they got there at 4 o'clock, 4 something. during the day, and the accident happened at eight. Hold on, wait. Let me find the article just so I can be um, accurate on this. But I know that they evacuated the neighbors an hour and a half before the explosion.
Man, that was lucky.
Yeah.
And like the one of the journalists that was out there asked the fire chief, like, did you had to have expected something or thought that something was in this man's house for you to cut the gas off as soon as you got there and then start evacuating the people. And like he kept trying to tell him, I'm not going to speculate on anything, but this man was barricaded inside of his house.
Yeah.
He had been shooting flares into the neighborhood.
Yeah, I
The
saw
cops thought that they had heard him shooting a firearm inside the house. That would be a reason enough to evacuate the neighbors. Thank God that they did.
And he was shooting off flares, at least 30 or 40 of them, and I don't care if
Yes.
he's got his gas piping through the whole house, unhooked where it's in the house. It's still dangerous.
Exactly. Yeah, because
Because it's gonna
easily
linger
set
through
them
the
apart.
house until they shut it off.
Right.
Even with them shutting it off, it's still trapped in the house.
Yeah. Well, it did a good job disintegrating that house. That's for sure.
Oh yeah, they said that there
Goodness
was
gracious.
10 houses in total that was affected. They have had to get those families out of the houses and they put them up somewhere else. And they're trying to, get stuff that they need, uh, personal items and stuff like that. And that there was debris several blocks away from where the
Oh
house
yeah.
was.
Yeah.
Trying to
If I
find-
could share a little bit of personal experience,
Sure.
the air pressure wave that comes off of an explosion like that
Mm-hmm.
is incredible. And I've always heard about it. I had no personal experience with that before until I went to Iraq in 2004, 2005. And we had mortars and rockets aimed at our base, frequently hitting all around us. But the barometric change in the air from these things were, we found out later that these mortars would hit an eighth, a quarter, a half mile away from our base. Think about that. That's a pretty long distance away. And our doors would fly open and the plywood that was nailed to the windows would bow in.
Mm-hmm.
Just from the impact, the air pressure wave of those things hitting that far away. So think about that house. When it exploded, OMG. The air pressure wave that traveled through the neighborhood, no wonder that many houses was affected. It's incredible. I can't even explain it, and nor do you even want to experience it, but I thought we were getting directly hit on our base from the impact that what you felt. And then we would get word later by the communication center that it was, they were about an eighth mile off. You mean it didn't hit the base? No. They were way off, but what we felt like it was right there.
Right.
Crazy, huh?
Well, they were saying that whenever the house exploded, they could hear it at the White House, and it was 4 miles away.
Oh yeah, sound is. But the air pressure wave, that's the devastating part. That is kind of unseen unless you actually see it on video.
Right.
It's crazy.
Well, it's like allegedly over in China, they have these sound machines that can actually, with the vibration of the certain pitch of sound, it can cause your whole body to
basically spontaneously combust.
well, it
Damage
can,
to your
it
internal
can
organs.
damage your internal organs. Yeah.
Yeah,
And it
that's
can
the
cause like
what is that?
nausea and all kinds of things depending on what frequency and everything they use too.
That's what's that? It's called come on guys, help me. What's that weapon that they use? That's the weapon you're talking about.
Yeah, it is.
What is that called?
Percussive weapon.
Railgun?
Mm,
No, it's
no,
like
it's somebody Google it. I forget.
it's kind of like harp.
It's a pulse width. It's a pulse. Something pulse.
I can't remember the name of it, but it's something like that, and it's
Yeah,
just
it's air. It's
incredible
yeah.
that it comes through the air, and it just it's
They
crazy.
actually got them on ships and they use them as weapons against other uh, like nearby ships that are not supposed to be close to them. They can actually implement those things to try to ward them off. I forget what they're called, but anyway,
Yeah, me too. I was just a
crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, but like I was saying, I'm pretty sure, just like with James Eu's case last night, this Jeremy Best, there's a lot of mental health problems going on there. Hopefully, like James Yu, they're saying he's presumed deceased. They're just waiting on the verification from the autopsy on that. But Jeremy, if it is mental health, hopefully he can get the help he needs. But just because if it is a mental health issue does not mean that he still had a right to do what he did to his pregnant wife and his 10-month-old baby.
No, it'd just be the sentence is going to be different.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Doc, did you say that you do EMS?
I used to. I was a paramedic for a number of years.
Really?
And then a Navy corpsman in the United States Navy Reserves.
The reason I ask is because I work for a hospital dispatch company.
Ooh, awesome.
Yeah, so I talk to you a lot.
So, do you receive our incoming calls when we're coming in, or no? Is that how you work, or what's your role?
So like, if you go to the hospital,
Mm-hmm.
like say you go to the ER, and that hospital doesn't have the service that you need, or you need a higher level of care,
Right.
then they call us.
Ah, okay.
And
Gosh, I was just talking about that. I was
And-
on my live stream. I was actually sharing a story about that. Higher level of care and transferring and so on.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's basically I'm what they call a patient acceptance coordinator. So they call us, and then we
You're making me smile.
and then we call the receiving doctor, get the
Mhm.
doctors connected, get the acceptance,
Yeah.
and then set up the transport, and then
Awesome.
well, actually, if it's not ED to ED, we set up the call out the bed request, and then set up the transport once we have a bed request. Or if it just goes ED to ED, we just set up the transport, and then we connect the nurses, and then we confirm the transport.
Wow. See there? Things that go on behind the scenes that nobody ever knew, not even me.
Exactly.
That's cool.
Gosh,
I've been there. I've transported your patients that you arranged.
Yep.
Yep. Yeah, except, and then the other, just to add to that, if I have somebody in my ambulance that I know, or possibility that the community hospital that is closest doesn't have what I know the patient needs, I'll usually call and just talk with the doc and say, hey, doc, this is what I got. And he's like, no, don't bring him here. And I'm like, I'm not. I just want to let you know.
Right.
And they're like, cool, okay, thanks for the heads up. And so I go ahead and just go directly to, the trauma hospital or somewhere with the patient.
Yeah.
Unless I have an airway or a bleeding problem. And those are critical to take care of now. So I'll divert right to the closest hospital, and then hopefully we'll get that under control.
Yeah.
And then once
if
that is under control, then they contact you, and then you arrange for a transfer to the
Yes.
next hospital.
Yep.
How cool! Very, very
Yeah.
nice to meet you.
You
And
too.
Doc, there's a lot of people in chat who are saying thank you for your service as in the
Oh,
military and as
EMS
paramedic as
worker.
well.
A
Yes.
paramedic,
Well, praise
yes.
And I
God for the military. Yeah,
and I
that's
was
what I
waiting
say.
for a moment to say the same thing.
For
Oh,
sure.
no,
Thank you from all of us. Me,
Yep.
everybody on panel, and in chat.
God is good. Awesome. Well, cool. I'm glad I popped up
Hey,
here.
Queen of Hearts.
Yeah.
Did Willie fall asleep?
Me?
In a nutshell, it was Mr. Toad's Wild Ride. That's how I describe my EMS
Oh,
experience. Sorry.
I just said thank you for your service.
Oh, you're welcome. God, God put a system like that in place for a reason. So.
Right. Okay. Betty Joe, are you back?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, because it dropped you off and then brought you
Yeah,
right back up.
I don't know why it's doing it. It's messing up. But I'm gonna jump down because I gotta give the baby her medicine.
Okay, well, I hope she gets to feeling better.
Yeah, we
Oh, Ruck. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, I'm reading the chat.
I hope so too
Sorry.
because we're supposed to go to Jersey on the 10th.
Oh, well, ain't but just a couple of days away.
Yeah, she's going to the doctor tomorrow.
Okay, well, hopefully they will be able to do something to help her get better.
Yeah, but I'm gonna jump off here and give her her medicine. So
Okay, well, thank you for coming up and you have a wonderful night.
no problem.
All
Nice
right.
to
You all
meet
have a
you.
wonderful
Good night,
night.
Betty Joe.
You too. Good night, guys.
Good night, hun.
Nice
Good
meeting
night.
you.
Good night. You too.
Ruck, as you noticed, that's where my doc came from in my name. And you can see I'm wearing your hat there, my cover there in my profile. And I don't know if you can see that, but it's the Navy, it's the Navy emblem on the hat. So that's where my doc name came from, is being a corpsman for the Marines. I was with the 123 Marines, Ruck, out of Houston, Texas, over there in Al Anbar province, 2004, 2005, providing medical support for them. And if you all don't know, the Marines don't have their own medical department. The Navy has always provided that for them, where the Air Force and the Army have their own, but the Marines rely on the Navy, hence why there's a corpsman, there's a Navy corpsman with the Marines wherever they go.
Mm-hmm.
So remember, I know Ruck knows this, you know the famous photo of the Marines erecting the flag on Iwo Jima, that black and
Oh
white
yeah.
photo of the Marines
Mhm.
pushing the flag up?
Mhm.
There's
Mhm.
one, they're not all Marines, there's one Navy corpsman in that picture.
My
And you're
dad.
like, I didn't know that either until they educated me, and I went, cool.
My dad was the Navy man.
Yeah, so was mine.
So you were in it.
Mine was
Were
too.
you in the Navy?
Myself?
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Right, correct. I was a Navy corpsman from 1999 to 2007. 8-year contract.
My
I could have
grandpa
stayed
was
in
the-
for 20, but I chose to end it after 8. Go
Yeah,
ahead, your grandfather?
my grandpa was in the Navy too, and then I think
Awesome.
and then he has two brothers. I know of one brother that was in the Army. No, no, he had another brother that was in the Navy too that I know of, and then maybe another one that was in the Army. I'm not sure, but yeah. But
Awesome.
it was a long time ago though. It was like in 1940.
Before all of us were born.
Mm-hmm.
Scarlett, they want to know, Michelle wants to know if they could put Doc's link out again in chat, please.
Yes, that's fine.
In what?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yes, Toy Airy. Corpsman is a medic. I.e. a medic, correct. Yeah, I was 37 years old when I joined the United States Navy. Just to give you a little.
Really?
Yeah, much different than the
Oh wow.
young kids out of high school.
High school, yeah.
Yeah, I learned about just to let you know, for all the younger crowd out there, the cutoff age for the military is now 42 years old. So you can join the military up until you're 42. because 42 plus 20 years is 62. That takes you to retirement age. So,
Retirement.
and you wonder, well, how is that? How can a 42-year-old join the military? What would he do? Well, they do what I did. They take your civilian experience and they apply it directly into the military. And they don't
Yeah.
have to train you and send you to school because you've already been trained. You already have a profession.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a money saver for them to bring in somebody that's got experience already. Now they do have to send you to boot camp. So I was in boot camp at 37 years old with a bunch of other older people that were joining the same program that I did. And they bring you, if you have a bachelor's or above, you can be an officer. You can be a commissioned officer. They'll send you to officer school. I did not have a bachelor's, so I became an enlisted officer, which is just underneath, and at a little higher rank and a little better pay, but the pay is not better in the military. So,
Summer, hold on, I'll
relatively.
grab it.
Relatively speaking.
My
I
cousin.
got it. I've
You
got
got
it.
it?
I think,
Darling.
Okay, because Summer
I think
couldn't
my
get it.
cousin is about
Aw.
able.
If
I
I
think
were
my
in an
cousin is.
ambulance, his voice would call me right now. Are you talking to me, Mars, by any chance? It's the microphone. Don't be deceived. Although, if you're talking to me, you're not the first to say that. My voice, something about my voice. I've even had people say, "Oh, I won't say." I said, "You should have your own 1-900 number." Enough said. Yeah, I have people.
My cousin's in the army, and he's been in since he was
He did
18.
what? Sorry.
My cousin's in the army, and he's been in since he was like 18, and I think he's able to retire like next year or
20
maybe.
years or whatever.
Yep.
Yep. Can you
And
imagine that? If you're 18 years old, people, and you join the military, you can retire at 38 years old.
yep,
Think about that. It's like, what?
and he's 39.
Retired at 38? What a deal.
He's 30. He's gonna be
Yeah, he's-
39, so
Yeah, so he's
he's gonna be
close.
39 soon.
Yep. And I could have done the same. So 20 plus 37 is 57. I'm 61 now. And I could have retired had I stayed in 4 years ago. I
Yep.
always think about that. It's like, darn it. But you know what? When I got back from Iraq, I was near 45. Wait. I got back in 2005. I was 43. And that's right. I got out of the Navy when I was 45. And the rumor was, the scuttlebutt, that's what they call rumors in the Navy. The scuttlebutt was that the corpsmen were going to Afghanistan next, after Iraq. And when I heard that, I just said, you know what? It's time to go. I got to go. I got to get out. Because I can't be going to Afghanistan at 45 years old and have a pregnant wife at home.
Oh my gosh, no.
He's 18. He's in bed behind me. And yeah, and he was just born a month after I got home.
Oh my.
Yeah, so I was like, you know what? I
You have a
gotta
family.
go. Yeah, I gotta stay home. Because I don't want to be going to Afghanistan. Did Iraq scare me? Sure it did. That's a horrible place to work. It is.
My cousin.
It's a horrible place to do your job.
I don't know I think my cousin went to either Iraq or Afghanistan once, but he mainly went on like he's been on like 3 or 4 tours to Korea.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So-
I was in the United States Navy for 8 years, and I never stepped aboard a ship. Not once.
Really? My
Yep.
grandpa
I was
was
on the
a
ground
seaman.
the whole time.
My grandpa was a seaman,
Yep.
and he was like the night watch of the boat or something like that.
Yeah, they all go through 4-hour watches.
My grandpa never talked about it unless you brought it up to him. But
Huh.
one of my favorite memories of him is a couple Christmases, like he just passed away in September. But a couple Christmases ago, he was drinking his scotch on the rocks, and he was smiling and laughing, and my grandpa was a very quiet man, a man of few words, and he was like drinking and laughing and telling stories about, he has a lot of good story, like some good stories that I've heard from being in the Navy. um but this Christmas he was talking about, some of the things that happened when he was on the boat, um
So
and then
cool to listen to their stories, huh?
it is,
Oh,
it
I
really
know.
is.
Yep,
And
it is.
and he actually like had to hitchhike. He was stationed in Boston, and we're in the western panhandle of Nebraska,
Uh-huh.
and he literally had to hitchhike home, and he
Right.
got a ride to Chicago, and then he hitchhiked through Chicago, and then got a ride to somewhere else, and then it doesn't even
Ah,
necessarily have to be like a Navy story. It can just be
no.
you know
Yep.
but the things that happen because they're in the Navy, or
Right. Right.
but he missed his own dad's funeral because he was on ship, and he couldn't get back until, like, I think he finally made it back like a couple days after his dad's funeral. But
Wow.
that would leave some scars, like, it's not,
Right.
you have to miss your own dad's funeral, like.
Gosh, you're
So
almost telling the story of a elderly friend of mine.
it's a big sacrifice.
Yeah. Gosh, amazing. Because I met a older man here in New Jersey. I'm born and raised in San Diego, California, and
Mhm.
don't ask what I'm doing in New Jersey. But anyways, I met this man, and he happened to be born the same year my dad was, and I lost my dad in 2017, and now I meet this man. He born in 1938, the same year my dad was born. And I was like, oh my gosh. So he kind of became, I called him my surrogate dad. And he was a United States Marine vet. And he told almost identical stories that you just told.
Really?
He hitchhiked everywhere. Yeah. Hitchhiked from New Jersey to Idaho to go to school and play baseball. And then
Oh,
he
wow.
hitchhike home, and he told me we used to sit and I used to listen to his stories just like what you're telling me, and
That's
they were
great.
so cool to listen to.
I know.
I know. And they don't, like you said, he didn't have to be, war related. It was just his time, his life, and
Right.
what he went through.
I
Super,
think the boy.
super
I
cool.
think. I think the boys had a lot of fun on the ship.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know what they did, but I think they had a lot of fun.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, he said his favorite
How
place.
old was your grandfather when he died?
He was a week. Like, he died on the 27th of September. He would have been 85 on the 6th of
There you
October.
go. See there? The
And
friend
we
I'm telling
had.
you about,
Mhm.
he's 84. He'll be 85 in, let's see, did he turn? Maybe he turned 85 in September.
Oh my gosh.
Isn't that something?
Yeah.
About the same age, same
Mhm.
year. Yeah.
Mhm.
38, 39, or 37, one of the two.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My grandpa said his favorite place that he went to was Germany.
Germany.
Yeah, he said he would visit, out of all the places that he went, he'd visit Germany again.
And he was how old when he passed away, JC?
84.
84?
84.
84.
Okay.
Like a week and a half shy of 85.
Oh.
That's awesome.
And when I went through the house, like, because at his funeral, I had to, my dad told me to go down in my room and get all the stuff that I wanted and, basically clean out my room. But we
Jason,
found it. Yeah,
go ahead. I was just going to say, are you about 34, 35?
I'm 39.
Oh my gosh, my son's age. See?
Yep. Yep.
Just don't call me daddy.
I'll try not to.
I'm serious. When were you born? I mean, you were 84 also?
84. Yep.
Wow. What month?
November.
Oh my gosh, November what?
15th.
My son's birthday is November 22nd, 1984.
Oh my
Oh, so
god.
y'all are like super close then.
A week. 1 week. Oh my
Wow.
god.
Yeah. Yeah.
And my daughter's 35, the younger sister of
Okay.
and then I got remarried
My
and
sister
I had
is
another
my
child.
sister
So.
is 34. She'll be
Wow.
34. She was
See?
34 about 3 days ago.
Oh my gosh.
And
Oh,
then
my
my brother
kids.
is my brother is 29.
Wow.
So yeah, that's crazy.
Isn't that
Um
something? Wow.
yeah.
Well, when you said your grandfather is 84, I was like, wait, that's my dad's age. So I could
Yep.
be your dad, and then you could be
Yep.
my kids.
My dad just turned 60 in September.
Yeah, I'm 61. Imagine
Yep.
that.
Yep.
Yeah, wow.
Um but we found grandpa's Navy book,
Oh,
and I was like,
awesome.
"Oh my, like I don't know, like
Yeah.
my dad has it, and if I ever want it, I could probably ask him for it. I hope he didn't throw it away. Oh my
It's
god.
like a yearbook with all their
Mhm.
yeah.
Mhm.
I have my dad's around here somewhere.
I
We
want
have
You
my
know
my
what?
dad.
I'm looking at mine right now underneath the coffee table.
You want to
I
know
want my
something funny? My
I
dad
want
would have been 81 this September,
Yeah.
and I
Wow.
my mom we lost her like 3 years ago, and she had given me my baby book, and I didn't really look in it because I really couldn't deal with that at the time. And a couple months ago, I was looking for something, and I went through my baby book, and there's actually a telegram from my dad who was on the ship
oh my god,
to
to
my
your mom,
well, it was from my mom to my dad
to your dad. Oh
announcing
my
my
god.
birth. And
That's
he,
cool.
and I thought that was just like the coolest thing, is the telegraph that was
I've
sent back.
got one in my book. I've got a
That's pretty,
telegraph from 1900.
whoa,
Oh,
Yep,
that's
from a
pretty
family
What?
member to his mother.
that's pretty cool.
I've got the original, and it's my mom put it together for me. I was like, oh my gosh,
Wow.
where'd you get this?
It's
Stamped and everything. I was like, oh my
yep.
gosh.
So is this one. Yep.
Should I
There's
read it to you? You want to hear this telegram?
sure.
sure, if you want to.
Hey,
Sure.
look,
Yeah.
look, wait. Let me see. I got it right back here. Look, it's a actually it's a letter, and the date on the envelope is September 3rd, 10 o'clock in the morning, 1900, Wilmington, Ohio. What's it say? I gotta be able to read this here. Wilmington at September 2nd, 1900. Mr. something Terrell. My dear son. Oh, it's a mom to her son. Oh my gosh. Yours of August 19th was, I'm going to have problems reading this, duty and gladly received. Oh, truly and gladly received. Your what? Yours of August 19th was truly and gladly received.
Probably the letter or the
Yeah,
telegram.
the letter. It was refreshing to know that it's so light. But let's see, it was refreshing to know that you had at last received something letter from home. So, I something you, and oh my gosh, you know what? I'm gonna stop because it's gonna be so hard to read this.
I know mine's 61 years
It's
old. And
real. It's
hard
dark
to read.
paper and
can't.
it's light
Yeah,
pencil.
I can't
Yeah.
imagine one that's over 120, 130, 23 years old.
Oh
Yeah,
my
this is
But
god.
that's awesome that
123.
he's got it though.
Yeah, it
Isn't
is
that
from
very
something?
that
awesome.
old.
That's incredible.
I know, how cool. Yeah, my mom put together a family book for all us kids, and it goes from my birth to the present, or at least to that present, whenever she put this together. And then she's got old photos, whether they're originals or copies of her side, mom and dad, and my dad's side, mom and dad, all the way back to a relative named Alpha Omega.
Oh, wow.
Oh my gosh.
Grandpa's mother, Alpha Omega Curry Homer. That's her name. Her maiden name and her married name, yeah. Alpha
That's
Omega. Wow.
a
Anyway,
pretty cool name.
you're sparking all these memories and things.
So,
That is so
Scarlett,
cool, though.
Yep.
was there anything else you were wanting to cover tonight?
No, it was just mostly all I had for tonight was just the Jeremy Best and Baby Zeke case, and then Idaho 4, and just any other cases that we come across. I did look up Katie Ferguson today. There's nothing new on her case, other than I did find out that the boyfriend, Adam, that she was riding back to Wyoming with, to begin with, he told the cops that she wasn't missing. It was just that she didn't want to have any contact with her mom. Once he was arrested, he then tells the cops that while they were stopped in Little Rock, Arkansas, that she went on a drug run and she never came back, which doesn't make any sense because if that was the truth, why did he leave her? Why didn't he go to the police and say, okay, this is what happened? She
Right,
hasn't came back.
exactly.
I'm worried. Here's her picture, her name, her description, whatever. Instead, he just goes on to Wyoming with the 4-year-old and 11-month old.
To Wyoming?
Yeah, she had moved to Alabama in May
Oh,
to
you're
get
talking
away
about
from him.
You're talking about Katie Ferguson.
Yes,
Okay,
and
yeah, I've been going through that one too because she's
that
from Cody, which is like 2
right.
hours from my dad.
Yep. So that's the only new thing that I found is just what he had told the police about the situation in Little Rock. Uh, Now Nicole Baldwin, the only new thing, and I think Lady V had brought this up last night, that she had heard was that the cops did take the dad and the daughter's cell phones. Other than that, there's nothing else going on in her case. I even looked up Chelsea Graham's case, and there's absolutely nothing for her case that's new for
Yeah,
like
I know. I've been keeping
weeks.
my eyes out for that one. There's
Yeah,
nothing.
is there people still looking for her or what? Gigi, have a
Not
good
anymore.
night. I mean, there's like I said, I think the last one was last update was like November something. There's nothing on her case at all.
Mm.
So I don't know if they're still looking for this girl or if they just gave up or they just still looking and not posting stuff. I don't get what they're doing there.
Oh, wow.
Where
Coming
are
straight
you all
caught. I gotta
from?
hop down.
Okay, Willie, have a good
Good
night.
night.
All right. Y'all have a good night.
Good night, Willie.
Pleasure, Willie,
All right.
meeting
See you
you.
guys.
Whereabouts are you all
I,
located in the world?
I'm in Louisiana.
Oh, yeah, I mentioned your accent. You said you're in Louisiana. I think that
Yes.
was you, right?
Yes, yes. You said you could hear the southern accent.
Yeah.
I can
Um,
too.
did you see my post where I lived in Louisiana as well?
Oh no, I missed that. What
No?
part?
Well, when I arrived, just in the interim, while I was trying to find a place to live and secure a job, I was living in Baton Rouge
Okay.
temporarily.
Hmm.
And then I would travel 70 miles to New Orleans to submit my resume and I was chasing a lady at the same time who lived in Harahan. And then I eventually lived in Algiers and also downtown New Orleans.
Okay.
Yeah, so I
So
had
yeah,
a little experience there.
I'm way up at the top in the northwest corner of Louisiana.
Northwest. Okay, I'm trying to
Shreveport,
remember.
Bossier area, up in that way.
Gotcha. Is that near Orange, Texas? Do you know Orange?
No, I don't know exactly where
Don't
that's
know.
at. It's I-20. It's not far
So,
from where I'm from. runs
It's
the north
yeah,
part of Louisiana into Texas through Dallas and
right.
all that.
Yeah, that's kind of where I came into Louisiana, I think, right? Is that highway? Is that 10? Does 10 go through there?
Yeah. Now 10 is down south through
South.
Lake
Okay.
Charles, Lafayette, and all that.
Gotcha. Okay, so maybe I just detoured up there and then back down. Anyways, yeah, I guess I've been a few places. Yeah,
Right.
I worked as a paramedic in St. Bernard Parish. Not
I
a good
bet
part
you
of
had a
town.
lot of action too when you were there as a paramedic, didn't you?
Yeah, I was in. Well, it was a short kind of stint. I was there 8 months, and but then again, every humans put out kind of the same problems and uh, activity. The annals of human stupidity is what we called it. So people are people,
Right.
and we all get sick and hurt relatively the same way. Some just more so than others, or some areas more so than others.
Right.
But it was, a good experience. Um, Usually it's the system and how they operate that's a little different in certain places of the United States.
Hmm.
So it's kind of hard sometimes to adjust, or it takes a little bit, and then once you figure it out, then it's like, oh, okay. Then you kind of settle in and start working like you normally do.
Right. Yep. I was born and raised here. Been here for 43 years of my life, except for like 2 months I lived in Illinois. I hated it. I flew back. I
Hated
come
it.
back. I hated it. I can't do cold weather.
Well, I enjoyed the food while I was in Louisiana. I learned a lot and ate some stuff I never heard
We
of
do have
before.
awesome food here.
Yeah. I ate lots of shrimp etouffee and loved that with my steamed rice, and learned about the Christmas time, and I can't remember what the name of that sausage is. Boudin? What is it?
Boudin.
Boudin.
Hmm.
Boudin sausage, right? And the whole, or is that a rice mix? Boudin
It's yeah, it's like a rice mix that they put
sausage.
inside of a casing, but they also have
Yeah,
boudin balls that you can do. That's just
right.
the I forgot what they call the mix or whatever, but they just make it into a ball and fry it instead of putting it
Right.
into a casing.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
really
And
good.
of course the uh, crawdad, red potatoes, and corn. Can't forget that. Oh my
Oh,
gosh.
that's the best.
And then the lady I was chasing introduced me to that, and she's like, I go, how many crawfish should I get, or how much crawfish should I get? She goes, get 5 pounds. And I went, 5 pounds? What are you talking about? She goes, oh yeah, that'll be enough for you. And I go, for me, five
Right.
pounds? And she
Hey,
goes,
Doc.
just get it. And
Hey, Doc.
they give you a paper bag full of crawfish, red
Doc.
potatoes, and corn,
Doc,
Yes.
just a second.
and
I'm
you
sorry.
spill it all out onto a piece of newspaper, and you go to town. Oh my gosh!
Go
The
ahead, Lady
next,
B.
Could you look at SF Investigates X or Twitter
Okay.
about
Let me go to
Chelsea
it real
Grim?
oh, I got to come back here. I just
quick. Okay.
Oh,
erased
no, you're
myself
good.
here.
I knew she just would want to see this.
Let me look for it real quick. Uh,
Hello, Dr. Daddy.
Bro, who's speaking? Sorry.
that's that's Eva. That's on panel with us.
Oh, hi, Eva
Well,
Longoria.
it's actually
Willie
his name
Nelson.
is Tony.
His name is Tony.
Anthony. How are
No,
you, sir?
Tony's good. I'm
Tony's
good,
better.
Dr. Daddy. I'm good.
Awesome. What's your accent?
I'm in New Zealand.
Ah, New Zealand. I almost said
Sir.
Scotland. You know that?
No, sir.
I was noticing a little. Did you say my name, Tony?
Yeah, Dr. Daddy.
Gary.
Daddy.
OMG. Did you say
Doc.
Gary?
Doc. Eka.
Yeah.
No, he
Daddy,
said
Gary.
Doctor Daddy.
Oh, Daddy. That's
because
what
you
I'm
were
hearing.
joking with Jason.
Yes, I was. Sorry,
Don't call me
Tony. I thought
You
you were
gotta
saying
watch out
my
from him.
name.
He's a sneaky one. You gotta
It's
watch
it's
out.
in,
Yeah,
it's
yeah, yeah.
interesting you can't understand my accent. I find that interesting. I
we
haven't heard your accent before. It's very nice.
we have a
Oh,
specific one.
my grandfather, actually my mom's second husband, but he was from Scotland, and when he said my first name, he would say Getty.
Daddy. Daddy.
No, like Gary, but Geddy, like
Yeah,
Getty.
Daddy.
So when I
Daddy.
heard Daddy, I was hearing Getty. And I
Oh
thought, oh
yeah,
my gosh, he's saying my name like my grandfather used to.
I think they call Gary Gazza over there now.
Gaza?
Gazza.
Where's that?
Gazza or Gazza.
Gaza in New Zealand?
No, over in Britain,
Where?
the United Kingdom.
Brisbane?
In Britain.
Oh my gosh, I'm having a hard time.
Yeah, you are having a hard time, young fella. It's okay. It's okay. It's really great to have you on the chat, mate. You're really interesting.
Oh, well, thank you. And
We
I
always
love you.
like
I love
newsletter.
your accent, actually.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I like having new blood around here.
Oh, cool.
Okay, y'all. I'm fixing to bring up SF's tweet. I just need to grab his Twitter link real quick just because I'm sharing his stuff.
Hmm.
But I'm going to show what he.
What is he saying?
It's actually pretty sad. Hold on. I'm fixing to bring it up here. Twitter. Okay.
Now,
All right.
the name Eva Longoria, where does that come from, Tony?
That's my dog's name.
Is it really?
Yes, sir.
Where'd you get that name?
There's an American actress by that name.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
and
y'all.
The other dog's Willie Nelson.
Isn't she one of the housewives?
Willie Nelson. I love it. I can zoom on this.
Isn't Eva Longoria one of the housewives?
No.
Yes.
Was she a housewife? I don't think
Yeah.
she was.
She was a hot one.
Oh, I must have
Yeah.
missed her on the Housewives show. Okay,
Yeah.
so real
one.
quick, I want to read this what SF has posted about
Yep.
Chelsea Grimm's case. He
Uh-huh.
says evidence that Chelsea Grimm's case isn't being treated as criminal or receiving coordinated search efforts. Her SUV found in the forest near Williams was sold by the impound company on November the 24th due to unpaid fees. All of Chelsea's possessions inside were thrown away. Despite her ongoing missing status and her likely being lost in the forest, nobody claimed the vehicle or Chelsea's sentimental belongings, nor have they conducted any further official search operations.
And I'm sorry, what case? Who's Chelsea?
Okay, so Chelsea Grimm, she lived in California, and she was supposed to be making a cross-country trip to Connecticut for a family wedding. And on the way there, she stops off in Florida. I'm sorry, not Florida, Arizona, to meet with a friend. And she calls her parents in Connecticut and tells them she's not going to make it. She's just going to stay in Florida. Or why do I keep saying Florida? Jeez, Arizona. And she's going to camp out there. So the family said, this is nothing new for her. She has changed plans before, didn't think anything of it. So she's in. Oh crap! I have to find my notes, but she's in
Don't
one
say
place.
Florida.
No, she was in one place and meets with a friend. Was supposed to meet with a friend the next morning for lunch, and she ends up canceling. And she drives a couple of hours north, and she ends up in a place called Williams, and they end up finding her car parked on the side of basically in the middle of the road. And where her car was found at is a lot of people hunt out in that area. But the day before that, she was actually seen on body cam footage. She had pulled up to this cemetery, and it was there was something in there about the lost soldiers or something. And she's a photographer, so she was doing getting pictures of the lost soldier stuff, and she was wanting to put it together And so the cop talks to her. She seems okay. She was crying, but said that it was just because she got upset over, the lost soldier memorial and stuff like that. And she tells him she's going to camp out, and he tells her, it's probably better if you go up to the truck stop, which was not far from where she was at. And she ends up further north of where she talks to this officer at.
Okay.
Well, one early the next morning, they call them log cutters up there. He actually talks to Chelsea. She seems okay. All of her stuff is in her car, whatever. Well, then later on that day, these other people go in to hunt, and they see her car parked in the middle of the road. They go out to go into town, and her car is gone. But when they come back in later on that night to do their afternoon hunts, the car is back in the same spot. When they come back out, it's also there. And when they found her car, it had 2 flat tires on the passenger side, and she's nowhere to be found. Uh, Everything was in her car, most of her possessions, except for she had a pet bearded dragon that she had with her. It was
My daughter
gone.
has one.
So her little pet bearded dragon, Rosie, was her name. She was gone. Her camera that she was using was still there, and the cops were able to get her card out of her camera in order to get like some updated pictures of her. Let's see, what else was it? Her phone was gone. When her credit cards, debit cards, and all that was all gone. And nobody's heard from her. There was a surveillance video footage of her at a hotel earlier the day before, and she was they said disoriented. She was trying to trade pesos instead of American money to get a room. This SF guy that we were talking about had a video of her at this hotel, but he blocked out the audio of it because he said it had personal information on it. He didn't want to release that. But nobody's heard from her. They don't know where she's at, if she's missing in the forest, a lot of people think that maybe she went to some of the retreats around the area. She was very into, what do you call it? Like, crap, I can't think of what it's called now, but very like peace and earthy type stuff.
Okay.
And
stuff like that. So they have some retreats that are for that around that area also.
And she is kind of on a spiritual journey, I think.
Yeah.
Personally.
And they have not seen her since. Nobody's talked to her, heard from her, don't know nothing about it, where she's at or anything. She just disappeared.
Was that Arizona? Williams, Arizona?
Yes, Williams, Arizona.
Her parents didn't go look for her. Her sister didn't go look for her. Nobody went to look for her.
Well,
except for her
parents in Florida? Or no, what was in Florida again? She was going to a what?
She was going to go to a wedding.
Oh, wedding. Okay. Her parents are in California?
No, they're in Connecticut.
Oh, that's right. Connecticut.
Yeah.
Okay.
She lived in Florida.
California.
I'm sorry.
I don't know why I keep saying Florida, though.
I think it's because FX lives in California. Florida.
Yeah. No, he's in California.
Oh, my.
Is he?
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Okay,
yeah, something... She was, because you said she was in Arizona, so she's traveling wasn't she traveling from California to Florida? And she went through Arizona.
No, she was traveling from California to, California to Connecticut.
Right.
And stopped off in Arizona.
Okay. See, now you got me saying Florida.
I don't know why I was saying Florida, y'all, and I meant Arizona. I'm tired, y'all.
Okay, I got the direction now.
Also on the opposite side of the country.
Because I've done this trip. I lived in San Diego, and I drove my car across the United States to New Jersey, where I'm at now, 4 times.
Oh, wow.
I've done it 4 times. Yep, moving the cars. Every time we moved, I had to get the cars back. So I would fly back to San Diego, get in a car, and drive it across the United States. And then I'd do it again. I'd fly back to San Diego, get the second car, and drive it across the United States. So I did that route through Arizona, all the way through Texas, into Oklahoma, or Louisiana, Oklahoma, and then head up towards New Jersey in that route.
Yeah, she was coming from the San Diego area as well, going to Connecticut.
Well, I know the route.
And I mean, it's just, and if what SF Investigates is saying is that there is no further official search operations going on, why are they not searching for this girl?
I wonder how her tires got flat. Were they stabbed with a knife, or were they just out of air?
See, that was never said. It was just
Doesn't say.
The road that she was on, the way a lot of people were portraying this road, that it was very, I mean, it was out in the middle of nowhere in Arizona.
Remote.
And very remote. Just looking at it on Google Maps, there was no houses, nowhere around. It was mostly, they had a lot of what they call tanks out there, ponds or tanks that had water for cattle and stuff like that.
Oh, okay.
And I think there was like one big, huge cattle ranch that was way further down the road from where her car was at. But the way people were explaining this road is that it was very, it had rocks in it that were very sharp on the side of the road. And if she just barely got off of the road even a little bit, those sharp rocks could have flattened her tires. And that could have been what happened.
A gravel road.
Yeah, but when SF went up there, he said the roads wasn't as bad as what he was expecting them to be. So I don't know. I mean, a lot of people don't like SF, and that's fine. But if it's true what he said in her car, which was impounded, why did her parent? I don't understand why some family member didn't go claim her car and get her stuff.
I think they just don't like him because he's cocky.
That could be it too. I know a lot of people don't like him because of the Kylie case.
Right.
Well,
Well,
which is
he's
understandable.
pretty cocky there too. Yeah.
Right. But I don't understand. This girl is missing. Her parents know the area where she was last at and where she went missing from. I don't get why somebody in her family did not go claim her car and get her items, her personal belongings, if it is true what he is saying. I just don't understand it. I mean, if that was my child, I would want all of their stuff instead of it getting thrown away. And I would want searches to continue going on, even if I had to be out there searching myself. So why is there none going on unless somebody knows where she's at and they're just not telling it?
That's what I'm thinking, is that they know.
And
some families are like that, cold and
Either
indifferent.
that, or I'll be on. Maybe they don't care. We're talking about if it is true that they sent her away to that school thing, that was pretty brutal, right? So,
right.
I don't know.
Maybe they'll
Some
find her
families
out
just
in the
reach the end of their
wilderness
rope with
somewhere.
people, and they're just done with them. You know what I mean? I mean, that sounds horrible, but those
I mean,
are the two explanations I can find.
There are parents out there who are like that towards their kids. I would never understand that.
Right.
I just,
I can't understand it either, but I mean, it's got to be one of those two. Either they know where she is and aren't worried, or they simply don't care.
Right.
Joaquinian Tanka is that saying in the beginning, wasn't it said she was fairly close with her family?
Yes, that's what her mom had said, that her and Chelsea talked every day, but it wasn't unusual for her to change her plans at the last minute, or for her to go camping and
She was a
be by
photographer,
herself. Yes.
right?
Yeah, and she went and camped out, and from what I gather from her social media, she did a lot of traveling by herself.
I'm putting KK to sleep apparently with my voice. Stop it.
Don't worry. Don't worry about that. I think you're having the opposite effect on some of the other ladies.
Oh my gulai, as they.
Okay, so SF also says, in addition to his last post, he said, I will say, although there are no official search efforts being coordinated by family or Ellie, I did travel back to Williams last week to continue searching. I searched 3 days with, he tagged somebody in it who also traveled there, and locals, and he named two locals. Those were the three that was out searching. So there was
I'm
two locals
reading
and
that.
two other,
Yeah.
him and another person that was searching. So like four people.
When did she go missing? Is this recent? Obviously, I guess.
Uh, just October the 24th or 27th is when she was seen on the body cam footage. Talking to the officer when she was
Uh-huh.
at
Right.
the cemetery. So it was a few days after that. I've got a timeline in my notebook of
Is
her.
Williams near Flagstaff? Do you know? Did you say you looked on a map?
Uh,
I'm not Googling it.
if I'm not mistaken,
Because
it is like to the
that's mountainous,
northwest.
beautiful God's country up there at elevation. I wonder if that's near.
If I'm not mistaken, it's to the northwest of Flagstaff. But give me just 1 second. I can find it real quick. Uh, yes, it's okay. So Flagstaff I-40 goes through Flagstaff.
Good old I-40. That's where my dad lived in um, Arizona.
Okay,
Trying to
so
remember the
when you go west on 40,
Golden
you'll
Valley.
go through Belmont Parks, and then the next little area is Williams, and it's the next town after Williams is Ash Fork on I-40.
Okay, people in the audience, tell me where you guys are from. Prairie Winds, KK, May, while she's talking. Just post your location, generally.
Hey, Candace, how are you? We have a lot of people in here from all over the place, honestly.
Yep. That's why I'm curious. I'm a geographically minded person, and so
Hmm.
I love when somebody tells me I'm already trying to picture it. That's why I asked you, where's William?
I'm in
I want to know on the map. I was like, where is that?
I'm in Nebraska in Omaha.
Omaha, Nebraska.
Mhm.
Very good. And that's JC?
Yep.
JC? Yeah, I recognize your voice, JC. Omaha, Nebraska.
I'm originally from the west part of the state, the western panhandle, but
I'm in Kansas.
Kansas. What part of Kansas? My son's in Wichita.
That's where I live.
Oh, be dang.
Okay,
Well,
I'm
I
sorry.
Remember my
outside of
39-year-old that I mentioned? Yeah, he's
Yeah.
in Wichita. Yeah. Wow.
A lot of people in Wichita.
Okay, it wasn't October the 27th. It was September the 27th. That's when she was seen on the body cam footage.
And
So
you
does
and you
your
won't
son
guess. You won't guess what brought him to Wichita.
A girl.
A girl.
That
That's
it
exactly
was
right.
a boy that brought me to Wichita.
But that girl is no longer. That was years ago. So he's
Oh.
with somebody else now.
Well, my husband and I have been married as long as your son has been alive, so mine
Oh,
worked out
baby.
just fine.
Oh. Congratulations.
Thank you. So, what does your son do?
Let's see. What is Jason? He's working two jobs, the last I heard, but he was doing the bartender thing for extra money. But he works at a bike shop. He's a mechanic / whatever his title is. Yeah. As a matter of fact, he left home when I went to Iraq in 2004, and I was so worried about him because he really wasn't established, and I was thinking, oh my gosh, what are you going to do? You know, what's going to happen to my son? And he ended up here. I got to tell the story, a little bit of the story. So here I am. I'm pulling my hair out of my head because I'm going to Iraq, and I got 3 weeks to get everything secure, including my son. And I'm trying to convince him to follow my current wife, back to New Jersey with her so she can put a roof over his head, money in his pocket, etc., food in his stomach. You know, I mean, like that's the least path to resistance. That's the no-brainer. And he's like, "No, Dad, I'm going to stay. I'm going to stay." And I'm thinking, "What are you going to do? You don't even have a job. What do you mean you're going to stay?" And he was 19 then? Yeah, 19. So he finally got a part-time job or something, and he was going to room with 4 or 5 other guys in a house, and they were all going to pay rent, you know, and share utilities and all that. So he was kind of making me at ease that things were going to be okay for him. So I get to Iraq, and I'm talking to 2 Marines, and I'm telling them the same story I'm telling you. And they both looked at each other, and they looked at me, and they said, "It's a girl, Dad." And I went, "Huh?" And they said, "It's a girl." And I went, "What? Really?" I didn't even think of that. So the next chance I got, either on a computer or on the phone, out in the middle of the desert in the Al-Anbar province of Iraq, I get a hold of my son and I said, "Jason, did you stay in California because a girl?" And all of a sudden it was all silence. And I went, "No way." And he goes, "Yes, Dad." And I went, "Oh my God, why didn't you tell me?" I know, those Marines were spot on. It's a girl,
So
Dad.
and then he moved to Wichita.
Ever since he was 19, he's been on his own. That was when
Oh,
he
wow.
left, and that's where he is now, today.
Hmm.
He's 39 years old, 20 years later, in Wichita, Kansas, doing well. Wow.
And you were in Wichita?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I don't think he
No,
said he
just the
was.
son moved, and I
Oh.
went to Iraq.
But
But-
did you originally live in California, did you say?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Did you originally live in California or Arizona?
Correct. No,
California.
it was California, but my dad was living in Arizona at one point before he passed away, before he died.
Okay.
Yeah, he got remarried, and the lady, I don't know if it was because of the lady, I think it was, had property or something in Arizona. Chandler,
Oh.
Arizona. Or not Chandler, Golden Valley. And so that's where Dad was living. I know, all over the United States.
Do you know
My
where
son-
Do you know where Chinle is?
Did you say Finley?
Chinle,
Chinle.
Arizona?
No.
It's
What is- Spell it? Sorry.
Chinle.
Say it one more time.
Chinle.
Chinle.
Le.
No. What is that?
Do you know where Ganado is?
Nope.
Okay, so it's like right across the border from New Mexico. Do you know of Hubble's Trading Post?
Wow. No, dear.
Okay, yeah,
Is that a
up-
roadside stop?
It's a
Devil's Trading Post.
It's a trading post.
Oh,
Basically,
okay.
a roadside stop. Yes.
Yeah. That's what it sounded like. That sounds like something off the
Yeah.
highway that I see when I'm traveling.
It's like what Ganado is most famous for is Hubble's Trading Post.
Is that where you sound like you know the area?
No, I've only been there once. My aunt and uncle
Oh.
live there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Do you know where Gallup, New Mexico is?
Did you say Gallup?
Yeah.
Boy, I know that name. I travel, my route, Highway 10, takes me through Albuquerque
Okay.
when I'm driving.
Yeah,
But-
it's not too far from there. It
Okay.
is in the north. It is in the north though. This Ganado and Chinle. But yeah, my aunt and uncle have lived. My aunt is literally half Navajo, half Hispanic.
I was just, gosh, you know what? You're taking the words right out of my mouth. That was my next comment was, "Are you?" And I was going to say Hispanic by any chance?
No, I'm not. I'm white. My
Oh.
uncle is. Yeah, I'm totally white. My uncle's totally white.
Oh, I'm sorry. What did you say about Navajo and
My aunt,
Hispanic? Oh,
the
your
lady
aunt.
that he married, is half Hispanic, half Navajo.
Okay,
Her
okay.
mom was full Hispanic. Her dad was full Navajo.
Now you say you're white, but what's your heritage? what? Where's
Irish. Irish. A lot of
Irish?
Irish. Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm Scottish. That's where the Mac comes from. M-A, that's actually an alternative way of spelling my last name. M-A-C-K. Oh, my name isn't posted, but my channel is Mackay, M-A-C-K-A-Y. But it's McKay.
McKay.
I was told the way an American changed it and pronounces it, so. But in Scotland, it was Mackay, M-A-C-K-A-Y. Mackay.
Yeah.
The
My
Mac clan.
my grandma actually with my aunt and her two girls went over to Ireland this summer.
Oh, I want to go to Scotland.
I
Because
would love to go to Ireland, but I don't fly, so.
they went over because they found that there's some family members from way back that some of the family still has the house. Like, she got to see the house that her grandma grew up in and all this stuff. And
Oh, well, that was cool, though. She got to see all that.
Yeah, she took pictures of it. And then my cousin got married in August, but they went on this vacation in like May and June, I think. And then my grandma gave my cousin a bunch of the stuff that they, like, pictures and stuff from when they went over to Ireland. And then my aunt and her two daughters are surprised my grandma with a ticket to the NFR next week.
What is NFR? Sorry.
The National Finals Rodeo in Vegas.
Oh, that is cool.
So my grandma, who is 82 years old, is going to the NFR in Las Vegas
how
next
cool.
week. I know, right?
I know.
My grandma, both of my
I
grandmas.
want to go.
I know. I was like, can I get a ticket?
Hey,
Like,
that's a cool gift.
Oh, yeah, especially if you're into that. Like,
right.
I mean,
I dated some of those rodeo cowboys.
You did?
Watch out for those guys.
KK says, I just want to hear Doc say you are getting very, very sleepy at the end of the live.
Well, I will say
And-
this. I'm going to be ending it in about 10 minutes. So if y'all haven't hit the thumbs up, y'all do so. And then maybe KK, he can say that for you before we get out of here.
Okay. And Ruck says, I told Doc he should look into doing voiceover work. It's fun and pays.
You have the perfect radio voice.
You know, gosh.
How many times have you been told that?
200. I'm serious. And I told you earlier, and it's true that I was told in the past, back in the 90s, that I should have my own 1-900 number.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Oh God.
I mean, I don't know about the 900 number, but
I know,
definitely the radio.
But you know, when I'm in person, I've been told that I need to lower my voice because it's too high. And I went, huh, isn't that weird?
You're kidding me.
In the military. When I was in Iraq, I had a Filipino guy that was actually in charge of us say, you know, and it was weird for him to say that, but he says, you know, you need to lower your voice. And I'm like, huh?
I can't.
Yeah,
I can't control my vocal cords.
You'd be more commanding. You know, you'd be able to, I don't know, lead, or I don't know what his point was, but that was the first time anybody ever said that. But when I'm on, it's the mic, ladies. Really, it must be this mic. It must do something to my voice. But then, when I was told about the 1-900 number thing, it was over the telephone. Yeah, it was before, yes. Never mind, I won't go into detail. But, yeah, it was over the phone when the ladies would... Actually, what it was, I will say, it was in a chat room, and instead of talking...
Yep.
Yeah, it was, yep. Never mind, we won't go into that. But so when we wanted to talk to each other, you know, we call each other on the phone.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, so it was a telephone when I was first told that about my voice.
How ironic.
How ironic. Oh, you said that so well. Yeah, me laughing. My ribs are hurting. Oh, how ironic.
I mean, I'm
say
just saying.
say that
I just
again.
sometimes I just say what comes to my mind. I mean,
I
everyone else is
S-
probably thinking it too. Like,
Scarlet.
Lady V, do you still
Scarlet.
have Doc's channel link? If you do, can
Wait,
you
it's
post
not
it for May
Scarlet.
May?
Who's
Yeah, go
saying
ahead,
that?
Doc.
Is that Lady that's saying that?
No, that was Scarlett. That was me that was telling
Oh, that
Lady
was
V to.
Scarlet. Oh, yeah. I was going to say Scarlet. Stop it.
There you go, Scarlett.
Okay, thank you. May May, Lady V just dropped a link for you.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, y'all, I really got to get out of here. It's after 2:30.
Oh, so yeah, it's 3:30 here.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
getting
just
late.
me's in Scotland. No way. How cool. What part? Edinburgh or Edinburgh? I'm guessing. South Louisiana for William.
Yeah, that
Florida.
was weird. I didn't even know William was even in South Louisiana.
Charleston, Minnesota, Alabama. All over. Love it. Original New Jersey. Yeah, well, I'm in Atlantic County, New Jersey. And Jersey again. There's May May. SoCal. Where in SoCal? San Diego's my hometown. Sorry, I'm playing catch up here.
No, you're good.
And another New Jersey. Talk to me, Doc. Summer says.
oh my God, Summer.
Talk to me, Doc.
Well, a lot of people like Summer's voice.
Well,
Yeah.
Summer's gonna
I
have
was
to come
gonna
up.
say Summer has no.
I'll
Oh,
call her
Hoboken.
out. She knows.
Oh, okay. Um, sorry. Not a housewife. Mars, Gypsy. I think that's it. There.
Okay, Just Me says she's just outside of Glasgow.
Oh, just outside of Glasgow. I actually have family. Well, family by way of marriage. I was mentioning my grandfather. He's Edward, where I got my middle name, Gary Edward. Edward, and then they called him Scotty, which is common for men from Scotland. Edward Scotty Thompson.
Aw.
Yeah. So his family is over there, and I've been trying for many, many, many years to make, to pull the trigger and to get over to Scotland, and I haven't done it yet. So. Yeah, I know you need to go.
I'm just trying to cross the border.
What's that? Say again.
I said
Casey?
I'm just trying to cross the border.
You're what across the border?
Just trying to cross the border. I've been
Oh, you're
wanting to
just.
go. I've been wanting to go on a Mexico cruise for like 10 years.
Oh,
Oh,
okay,
Lord.
okay. I got you.
Otherwise, I've never been out. Otherwise, I've never been outside the country.
Mexico?
Yeah,
What part of Mexico do you want to go
I
to?
want to go to like do the whole like Puerto Vallarta,
Uh-huh.
Mazatlan,
Yeah.
Cabo,
Yeah.
all that.
Ah.
I've
Well,
actually probably been closer to the Canadian border than I've been to the Mexican border.
just you're hitting on some memories of my life, some chapters. I actually was a flight paramedic in Southern
Yeah.
California, and we went to Puerto Vallarta to pick up some United States
Yep.
citizens and bring them across.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know, we do have requests for international. The other day I had a request for someone that was in Puerto Rico, or they were cruising to Jamaica or somewhere, and
Yep.
the
They got
lady,
sick or injured or something.
yeah, they broke their leg before they got there, and so they were just going to leave them in like when the ship docked, they were just going to leave them in Jamaica or wherever in the
Summer.
at the hospital. And she's like, I really just don't want them to leave them there. I would really like them to come back to the United States.
Right.
And so they were asking about if we could get a flight
Arrange. Yep.
arranged. Yeah.
Well, I worked for that company, for one of those companies.
What
And
was
we
it
would,
called?
Gosh, you're gonna strain my memory. Arrow. Let me think.
Not Air Methods.
No, it was like Aero Medical or something
Okay.
out of. gosh, where was their base? They're actually in San Diego, but we had quarters in El Centro and uh, California, which is
Yeah.
on the border of Arizona and California.
Our headquarters is in Colorado, but yeah, we're
Okay.
called Air Methods or Direct Patient. We're The whole thing is called Air Methods, and then there's
Ah.
Aircom that does our flight, and then Direct
Uh-huh.
Patient Logistics, which is what I basically am, that does the ambulance transfers.
Some owner, the owner was UK. He was actually from the UK, but he was living
Yeah.
in, and he had a couple of fixed wings and a helicopter.
Yep, that's what we do. We do
Gosh.
non-emergent fixed wings.
Yeah, non-emergent.
Yep.
Gosh, I flew in a Cessna and a turboprop Mitsubishi.
Wow.
I know. And we flew to Puerto Vallarta and other places throughout the United States. But I remember going to Puerto Vallarta. So I didn't get to vacation there. I just flew in.
You just flew in and flew out.
Flew in, landed at the airport. Ambulance company picked us up, drove us
Yep.
to the hospital,
To pick up the patient.
put the patients into the ambulance, drove us back to the
Back.
tarmac, and then loaded them into the airplane, and we flew back.
Yep.
Right? Yep, I
Yep.
know.
I'm
Am
gonna
I
go
talking
ahead
your
and drop
language?
What is it, Lady V?
I'm going to go ahead and drop down. Good night,
Okay.
everybody.
All right. Good night.
Thank you for coming
Good
up.
night.
Have a good night.
Bye-bye.
Mimi, I think what happened to Gypsy in her life was messed up, but in my opinion, she knows what's right and wrong. Oh, okay, this is something different about the call or the case.
Oh, Gypsy Rose.
KK says, I need that mic, Summer. Oh, KK, you're so funny.
May, I agree. I can't believe that there was nothing done to any of those people in that case.
My gosh, KK's got two blondes in her profile picture.
Oh, Shanquella Robinson.
Yeah.
Don't get me in trouble,
There's
ladies.
nothing
Yeah.
has been done in that case. Nobody was arrested for that. What they did
And
to her.
it's not going to happen until
Talk
Mexico
don't fall.
changes. It's not going to happen until Mexico changes the cause of death.
Yep.
My number is Mars.
it's-
My number is
It's pretty ridiculous. And they had the nerve to go to that girl's mama and look her in
Yep.
her face and lie to her mama about what happened to her.
Yep.
We love you too, Lady V.
people are cruel.
They are. Well, this girl here, she took all of her friends down to Mexico, and for
Cabo,
one of
specifically.
yeah, and got this big nice villa, paid for everything because one of her friends, it was their birthday, paid for the whole weekend, paid for everything, and got down there, and one of the girls that was supposed to be her friend jumped on her while the rest of the group sit back and videoed it with their phones in their hands, agging it on, and didn't try to stop it. And this girl,
And she was naked.
yes. So they're videoing this fight while this girl had no clothes on, which is humiliating enough. But the fact that they didn't stop it because they kept telling her, hey, you need to hit her back, fight her back. And she kept saying no,
Aren't you
she
gonna
didn't want to
fight,
fight her
Quella?
back. Yeah, she didn't want to fight
Can't
her
you
friend
even
back.
fight, Quella? Can't you even fight?
Yeah, and she kept, you could hear her in the video say no. She, and this girl was hitting her in her head. She threw her on the floor, kicked her in her head, and she ended up passing away that night.
Snapped her neck.
And all these little friends, so-called friends of hers, take $10,000 cash from her. I think some of the girls stole some of her clothes. They all come back to the U.S., go to her mama's house, sits on her mama's couch, and completely lies about what happened to her. Straight
Tells
to
them
her
that
mama's
she had
house.
alcohol poisoning.
Right. And one of them was one of the guys that was there was her best friend.
What was his name like?
Or thought he was her best friend. I call one Gremlin. That was what was her name? The one
The girl that one
beat her
that
up.
fought her? Dejanay.
Yes,
Dejanay.
I call her Gremlin.
Aw, that's a puppy asleep.
Dejanay Jackson.
What was the guy's name? No.
It was like meat.
Shit.
I
I
would know
can't-
it if I seen it.
It
was
I've
like-
got notes in one of my notebooks for that case. I can't remember what his name is, but he was literally like her best friend.
Mm-hmm.
or so she thought, and like they did her that way, and nothing has been done about that case. And here's her poor mom and daddy, and that was her dad's. She was her dad's only child, and then she had a sister by her mom, uh, and nothing's going to be done. Like they basically got away with it. It's ridiculous.
That is a beautiful dog.
Oh, that is Willie.
It's a black lab, is it?
It's got a little bit of lab on.
Oh wait, you got a white chest. Oh, maybe you're a mix.
Khalil, thank you, May May. Khalil was his name, JC.
Wow, look at that. That's beautiful. I miss dogs. Gosh, I grew up with them.
Yeah, Tony always comes up on panel and then he puts the camera on the two dogs that he's got. And they're just pretty chill dogs. They just kind of hang out in front of the camera while we're talking.
And we love them.
Yeah, I bet.
They're like
Willie Nelson
super
has grown
chill.
a lot since I've seen him last.
A lot.
Yeah.
Forgot
We
that.
saw Willie Nelson when he was just a puppy.
I love it. 60 and up peeps rock. You're from San Diego, Rock? My gosh, you're talking my language. I did the same back when I was, well, a little later, but did the Tijuana trips.
Isn't Vapor from San Diego?
Yeah, I think he grew up there, but now lives in Vegas.
Yeah, he lives in Vegas now, but I think he's from San Diego.
Wow, what are the chances that I run into you, JC, and your job?
I know,
talking
right?
About, I know.
I think we could probably have some conversations.
I know. Well, you know what? I'm trying to, a little plug. I just started a new YouTube channel, and hence why I've only got 300 plus subscribers. But
I don't even have that.
My thought.
I have 46 subscribers so far.
So my thought was, I'm going to talk about my EMS career. I mean, that's a big, it's a big TV, attraction. Emergency 911 and all. Well, that's before your time, but
no, I watched.
All those true life crime and EMS stories.
Did you ever watch ER?
ER, you said?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
That was my mom's favorite show. We watched it all the time. What's the guy's name? Anthony. What's his last name?
So, even you, why don't you, if you haven't already, subscribe to my channel so you get the notifications.
Oh,
and if I'm live, come up with me and we'll talk your side of the story.
Thank you,
as
Summer.
well as mine.
Because I think we have different sides of the story, but
but they kind of sound similar though.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's like you could play off mine and my story and say, well, I did this for you.
I did the
when
behind
you went
the
here.
You were the physical.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't even. I'm in Nebraska, and our hospitals that we transport for are in New York and Pennsylvania.
Yeah. See.
It's for. I specifically work for Cayuga, Garnett, and Crozier Chester.
All right, Summer just dropped JC's channel link. So if y'all are not subbed up to her, please do
JC
so.
and Doc should do lunch.
And then we also, the other team at work, we're split up into two groups. The other group does Westchester out of Valhalla, New York.
Actually, Summer, we can do lunch if you want.
Oh,
I'm
the
trying
900 numbers are getting together.
I'm trying to do my 1-900 voice. Oh my God! I don't even remember what it was. Actually, I didn't even know it was. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
What was you saying, JC?
I was just saying, Doc's the male 900 and Summer's the female 900, and they're going to lunch together. How ironic!
Actually, and don't ask me how I know this, but the female 900 numbers do a lot better than the male 900 numbers do. Oh, they do. Because the male 900 numbers, they attract just gay guys, and the females, well, we won't. The rest is history. It's true. That's the facts.
Right.
All right, y'all. I have got to get out of here. I'm getting tired.
All right. Have a good night, Scarlett. Thank you for everything.
Oh, you're welcome.
We
Tracy.
appreciate
Thank you for coming up.
Scarlett, appreciate it really, and
Oh,
even
for sure,
accepting me without my camera.
Oh no, that is perfectly fine. Trust me, I had my wall ready just in case I needed to pull it up.
Well, I was thinking, I don't have a cell phone right in my disposal right now, and I was going to run into the room and wake my son up and say, Jordan, let me have your phone real quick. And then I could come on camera and show my face, and then afterwards say, I'll be right back on my Xbox, because my Xbox doesn't have a camera, and that's what I'm using right now. I've got a headset and a mic in front of my mouth, and
yes.
I'm watching you on my 60-inch TV.
Well, see, some channels will tell people, that they have to show themselves backstage before they bring them up. But you've been in here for a couple of nights, and you've never caused any type of issue or anything like that.
What was her name? Vouched for me. She visited my channel. And saw
yes,
me.
Lady V.
Lady V.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, we just call her what's her name. That's all right.
You can call her what's her name. What's her name?
Yeah, good night, Doc. Thanks for coming on, mate. Good night, Scarlett. Good night, JC.
Thank you for the compliments.
Night.
Tony, you have a good night, and thank you for coming up.
Thank you.
I can't wait to talk again.
All right, JC, we love you too, honey, and I hope you have a wonderful night.
Yep, you too.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Well, if you want KK and the rest of you, Summer and Mars and the rest, I can actually go live right now, and you can come over and listen to me some more.
Is it? Okay, I will. I'll find you and.
JC, do you have his channel link? If not, I can grab it real quick and post it. Okay.
I can find him.
Okay.
Doc Mackay.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Bye,
well,
Scarlett.
good night,
Have
Scarlett.
a good night.
Okay, JC, have a good night.
Come on over, guys. I'll open here shortly.
Awesome.
Okay, and I'm about to. Let me grab your channel link. I got to go through my list here to grab it so I can post it one more time.
Thank you.
No problem. I just got to find it.
Brian Hoffman. Yeah, you guys, grab the link that Scarlett's about to.
Oh, drop. Lady V just dropped it. Thank you, Lady V.
Thank you, guys. I'm going to get out of here, Scarlett.
Okay, well, thank you for coming up. It was really nice to meet you.
Well, I got your link, and I'll be back.
For sure.
Okay.
All right, have a good night.
You too. Bye.
Thank you. Summer, have a good night. So, yeah, Lady V just dropped Doc's channel link, so if you are not subbed up to him, please go do so. I think he said he was about to go live in a little bit. So if y'all want to go over there and join him. I'm going to get out of here for the night. Ruck, thank you so much. That's a very nice compliment, and thank you for joining us. I'm going to get out of here for the night. I love you all more. I love you too, honey. I hope you get to feeling better. And so y'all be safe tonight. I hope y'all all have a wonderful night, morning, day, wherever you may be in this world. And I will talk with you guys tomorrow.